Hey everybody, welcome to Table Talk, the show after the show. I'm your host, Swanee.
And I'm JR.
Wow, okay. I can hear
Are we muted?
myself. No, I can just hear myself talking. I had the thing on just to make sure.
Oh, okay.
All right, so today we are going to be talking about homebrew rules. Not just our homebrew rules, but other homebrew rules that we did find online. This one was from D&D Dragon Mag. But yeah, I feel like having homebrew rules is absolutely essential for any kind of campaign, be it a actual campaign slash module, a one shot, a mini adventure, even a session zero, just so everybody is kind of on the same page, you know, and there are no reasons to actually question anything at some later point in time, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's just like, hold on, I got I had this up loud, so I was trying to make sure the same thing that we weren't muted. Um, but yeah, no, like I really agree with that. I think there's a lot of things that people can do to streamline the game in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
Like that flat check thing that I like. Like if you take a 10 by taking 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're not in a rush. Your character has time to open this door. The guards have already done their rounds. That thing for me, I like that. Okay, what's your mod? But kind of be it almost be like your passive perception, but it'd be like your passive lock picking if you were trying to pick a lock.
Yeah.
So I just like that because they're like, hey, we know we have time. Instead of rolling, can I just take 10? I'm like, yeah, your characters take some time and you get through the door. Or what if they come to a door and they're like, yeah, I'll just take the 10. So they spend their character sit there for 10 minutes trying to open the door, and you're like, yeah, no matter what you do, you keep struggling and struggling, and you can't open that door.
Mm-hmm.
So the lock was, a higher level, and they had to roll for it. Um, and that would be kind of a DM thing. Like you could either go, I would have it so like at the beginning, I'd be like, hey, what? Okay, then what's your plus to the role. Like, I think lock picking is usually like either dex or intelligence plus your proficiency if you're
Mm-hmm.
proficient with a tool. And I would be like, let's say they say, oh, it's like a +8, and the DC is a 20. You're gonna be like, yeah, you look at this lock, and for a fact this is gonna be a challenge. So they're gonna have to roll for it. Like
Mm-hmm.
you basically are telling them to have to roll for it. But if it's something simple, yeah, by all means, like the door to some the back door to the tavern or something like that, if you're trying to break into that, probably doesn't have the same level of lock as like the gate at the king's castle.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if it did, that'd be a little weird.
what is going on?
Hydrate, Lexi. Lexi, no.
Lexi? Dr. Pepper, yes.
Orange juice.
uh
Oh, yeah.
but,
So
but
I
yeah, we found.
I agree with you,
eh,
um, on that. I I've never done take 10. Um, I should probably start implementing that a little bit more, into our campaigns, because I feel like that would probably help a little bit more, like to kind of not move things along, but sometimes the players are left in a position where you might need to actually get in through that door, or there might be an extremely important item behind that door, and if you skip this one area you might not be able to come back.
Say it with me. And if your players' rolls suck,
And if your players rolls suck, then
because
yes, I feel
I've
like
literally
taking
I've had
10 would be an
advantage in
option.
yeah, I've had advantage of roll two ones before.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes God is not on your side.
This is
I
true.
mean, yeah,
um
but
it is, I don't know, I feel like it's a good thing, but then it can be abused, because
uh,
then you're going to have those players who are, oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking 10. Oh, well, you know, I'm going to take 10 by taking I don't even want to bother trying to roll for it. I'm just going to take 10. Taking 10 to me is like you're passive.
Yeah, yeah,
And
I'm definitely that
unless
same
I
way.
specifically request to have a passive investigation or a passive whatever, you shouldn't be requesting to do it. But I know that there's going to be players out there, not my player specifically, though again, you guys are kind of messed up. But it's
What do we
not
do?
just my players, but it could be a lot of other players where they will go like, "Hey, I just don't feel like rolling because I know I'm going to get crap rolls and I'm just going to take 10 because I have a plus 8 to dexterity." And
Mm.
so it'll automatically give you that 18.
Yeah, and also there's a little bit of a thing like it kind of gimps rogues in a way because rogues, they're the skill monkey, and they have reliable talent. I forget what level it's at. It's like 11 or 12 or something like that.
Mhm.
And they have that reliable talent ability, and it literally does that. Anything they're proficient with, they get a 10. They can just always take a 10. They can roll for it. And if it's below a 10, they take a 10. And if you choose not to do that, it kind of, I don't know. I think it kind of gives it. Like, it's like, what was the point of me getting this great thing?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. But again, that's high level play,
Yeah.
and the way that works is you're not taking the 10. You're It's an advantage of the character. You'll never get below this number, but you can always roll higher. Compared to taking the 10, you could sit there for 10 minutes, in game, not out of game because that would suck. And it would be completely different. And now she's gone. But yeah, we actually had someone ask in the Discord, which I'm pretty sure she'll shamelessly plug that shortly. But they asked in the Discord uh, about homebrew rules, like what homebrew rules, and we were like, well, we have a couple, but like I have a couple that I like that one, but um, there's also ones that other people have come up with, and I come across them sometimes, and we literally will have discussions like these basically about the pros and cons of it. And I see it from the player side more because I play more than I DM. I literally have only DM like twice. And she sees it from the DM side. So it gives us two alternate perspectives on these things because a DM could see something and be like, "Oh, no, that would end up so abused or so broken." By comparison, uh, she'll see something and be like, "Oh, this sounds like a good idea," and I'm like, "Oh, well, it kind of kills the game. Like if you do it like this, and people, because part of it, some people just like rolling the shiny click clack rocks. Literally, there are people that they have their shiny click clacks and they want to roll their shiny click clacks. Like I understand those players because they got the dice and they like rolling. They like the I guess the luck aspect of it. In a way it's kind of like it's almost like gambling if you think about it
Mhm. And
because
we all know that Lexi loves to gamble all of her feathers.
all her feathers. Oh yes, the gambling of the feathers. I feel so bad for you on that. Like I really really do. Uh, I'm actually wondering now like how many you've lost in the past week, or if you're actually on
I
a
don't know the
roll.
past week, but I remember I think it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. I saw that she had about 14K, and I came back like 2 or 3 days later, and they were all gone.
Man, Lex, you're just gonna have to wait it out. You're gonna have to wait it out if you want to see angry turkey in the turkey suit. You're gonna just have to wait it out. I mean, it sucks, but there's a reason he put it so high. I'll tell you what. If I'm ever watching, I will gift you all my feathers, just so we can see
We
it.
can't gift
Um,
them. I wish we could though.
it's bull. We should be able to gift. Yeah, we need to all raid. We need to raid Angry Turkey stream just so we can like all argue and be like, no, we should be able to get the feathers. Uh, I think he should definitely have a higher level though, like we were talking about. He needs to have a higher level, and the next level needs to be the Angry Turkey calendar is unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
But yeah, so back to our stream.
But yeah, I know.
So on here for the D&D Dragon Mag, they have 20 house rules. Again, you do not have to implement any of these. I'm looking at these rules for the first time as well. So,
Hmm. I
um,
just came across it and I was like, oh, these are pretty cool.
yeah, so,
Sam Hanshaw's the one that wrote the article. I
oh,
always like to make sure
Yes, Sam Hanshaw. Rule number one, roll stealth only at the moment of possible detection. Now,
I like this one.
I am iffy on this. It specifically states players make a dexterity stealth roll only when someone is in a position to see them or look for them. The player's handbook doesn't say exactly when players are supposed to roll their stealth skills, and many players will use the skills as if they are entering stealth mode with a roll up front. So this is more of
Hmm.
a clarification of how I handle things. When a character announces they're going to creep somewhere, I don't ask them to roll. Instead, I wait until someone could see them or is looking for them and ask the player to roll at that moment of discovery. I find this adds tension and reduces the total number of rolls in a session. These rolls can be made in secret if the enemy is also hidden.
And this definitely comes from the click clack rocks thing.
Yes.
People are gonna want it. They want to roll sometimes,
Oh, yeah,
but
some people are literally only there to roll.
I 100% do agree that does add tension. I like that because you don't know. You because people roll like a rogue will have like a plus 12 to stealth and they
Mm-hmm.
roll an 18. They have a 30. The chance someone has a passive higher than that, like isn't like they're trying to sneak past the guards that are just on guard duty. You're usually using their passive. They're not actively searching.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I've been on guard duty before. You're not actively searching for anything. It's just passive observation.
Mm-hmm.
So I like the idea. I really do like the idea because it's like you're creeping along, you think you're good, and it's like, okay, well you've gotten into the guards area, roll for stealth. And that's definitely going to be a tense scenario. And if you're I have a thing where it's going to bring up another homebrew rule of my own. Uh I like to have uh like grades of how good or bad you've done. Um like if you miss it by 5 or less, um it's kind of like a 50-50 if they're going to notice you or not.
Mm-hmm.
And if you beat it by, more than 5, then basically you're undetectable. And if someone else was with you and they rolled, a cruddy roll, that's another thing. God, there's so many homebrew rule things you can do. Um, uh, but yeah, if you roll more than 5, like above the thing, or if someone rolls a 20, uh, a lot of DMs will let kind of like group the group together if they're doing a group stealth assignment, a group stealth mission,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll say, hey, okay, these 2 party members failed, but these 3 or 4 party members passed. And I'll say that because you did so well for the other people, as long as the other person doesn't roll a nat 1 or something, um, that combined together, you guys are able to, you know, make them stealthier. Like, there was a, God, I'm trying to remember the campaign. I think it was one of the recent ones. Uh, but there was a paladin in full plate has disadvantage, and they got like an 8 total for their stealth score. And someone was like, "Hey, I rolled super high. I think they might have had a nat 20." And they're like, "Can I say that I've assisted this person to try to make them stealthier to help them out?" He's like, and the DM said, "Yeah, you could do that." And so the way it worked out was like they took cloth and wrapped it around, the pieces of his armor that were making noise and stuff like that. And I thought that was kind of cool that they add in, it adds in kind of depth into the situation, and
Mm-hmm.
you're giving more description and explaining how you're making it stealthier and stuff like that. Um, and it actually helped. And later on, that person had, in that situation, I think lost the disadvantage on their stealth rolls because they had actually taken the time to basically wrap cloth and everything around their greaves and around their armor where the pieces came together just to try to muffle it and silence it, and it actually worked. And obviously he can't walk around like that all the time. He would look really strange. He couldn't walk around down the street as a paladin like that because they're like, what the heck is he up to?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's just this one situation. When you get out of that situation, obviously that's removed and you go back to disadvantage. But it was cool that that was something that players came up with, and I think rewarding ingenuity at the table is definitely a big thing.
Yeah, no, I do agree with that. Um, I don't know. Again, it's one of those. I feel like you would have to slowly implement it, or make sure that you tell your players before the session even starts. Hey,
Session zero.
I not even session zero, because if I see this today and I'm thinking, oh, I really want to try this, on Wednesday, I need to tell you guys ahead of time, and
Hmm.
not, I mean, at minimum, right before the session. Don't tell them in the middle of the session. Don't suddenly change the rules, because I hate when DMs do that. I have a loathing for when DMs suddenly go, oh, well, I know that this is what the rule is, but my homebrew rule is. And it's like, well, you never told me what your homebrew rule was. So now you're going to make me auto fail what I'm doing because of your lack of, wanting to give me information. So it's kind of like, well, if I were to do something like that, let me be like, hey, you guys, I saw this really cool thing and I really want to implement this in our sessions. We'll probably try it out like the first couple sessions, see how it works out. And I mean, if it doesn't work, then we'll drop it. But to suddenly tell your players, like, this is my homebrew rule and this is what's going to happen, I don't agree with that. So I feel like with something like this, especially because of how it's phrased, you definitely need to give your players a little warning. Hey, I was just looking at something and I really, really liked it. And, I want to implement where you guys are assuming that you're stealthing when you say you're going to go into stealth. Doesn't mean you
Hmm.
are, but, you're stealthing. And I need you to roll stealth whenever you come across a possible enemy. Because, yes, I mean, I do agree with you. Like, to me, that sounds actually a lot of fun. Because now the person is going to go, okay, crap, like, I'm actually quite possibly screwed because, I could roll really, really bad. I could get a nat 1, and it doesn't matter if I have a plus 12, because a nat 1's a nat 1.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So, but imagine if you don't tell your players this, and then all of a sudden they're just like, wait a minute, what's going on? Why is this happening?
Yeah, and there's one other thing. Yes, it does add tension, but it's also going to be based on how the DM does it. They've got to figure out the timing, because the problem that I could see with this is that if they have to roll um, for stealth, that means that there's someone there. And what I'm thinking is that if there is someone there and maybe they can't see them, the person's invisible, or there's a like a hidden passageway or something, and like the portrait with eyes and all that, and there's someone watching them, they're going to be looking around. They'll metagame after that, and it takes a certain kind of player not to metagame. And
Killy says, I've always been taught that if you don't establish it on day one, you can't establish anything outside of those rules afterward. I don't agree with that at all, because a game is
mhm,
always changing. You're always trying to accommodate for what you feel would probably best suit the situation. But as I said, I do feel like it would. Oh, it would be best if you've come up with a rule, like if you saw these homebrew rules and you decided, hey, I want to implement some of these rules, you tell your players before the session. If you have a way of contacting them, like a Discord server, you notify all of your players, hey, I saw these rules and I want to implement them. What's your opinion? Because you might have
Yeah.
players who don't want that implemented in your game. And then, okay, cool, then you just don't use them. But to just suddenly throw these rules out at them,
Yeah, that'd be a problem for
yeah,
sure.
that's a problem, because imagine if my players are so adjusted to me saying, okay, you want to stealth, roll for stealth. And then all of a sudden they're like, okay, well, I'm rolling for stealth.
Like, no, 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 you don't do that
No,
yet.
no, 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 you don't. You're
Yeah.
not rolling. Like, you don't roll for stealth yet. You go on, keep stealthing, pretend like you're stealthing. I'll tell you when to roll.
Hmm.
But now I also feel like that's it can be abused as well, because now the player is going to go, okay, well, the DM told me to roll. There has to be an enemy here.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, I have a feeling that would happen. You're
That
gonna
would
have that
happen.
metagamey player.
You're always going to have a metagamey player, and it's like, well, the DM said to roll for stealth, so that means there has to be somebody here, and it's like, well, you don't know. What I would do, I would just a constant stealth check, because some DMs just go, okay, roll stealth, and then when you get to point A to point B, and that's it.
Yeah.
I like to implement, the occasional stealth rolls. Like, hey, you went from this room to this room, roll stealth again. You went from this room to this room, roll stealth again. Because you're going in and out of rooms, you're touching things. You don't know, you might have made a noise that could have taken you out of stealth. So
That
I feel
door might
like
have needed some oil.
exactly. So I feel like
Yeah.
a constant stealth check would be better than to just suddenly go, "Hey, roll stealth."
Hmm. Yeah, I can see that, but also on the other end of it, when someone does the whole, uh, I don't know, like if they were like, hey, because usually a guard or someone who's on watch, because it's not gonna be every scenario, but most of the time when they're on watch, they're in an they're in the open. You can see this individual, and at that point I'd be like, what's your passive perception?
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, oh, okay, there's someone there, and I'd be like, what's your passive perception? And be like, this, and I'm like, well, you don't know they're there. I'm like, because you weren't actively looking,
Mm-hmm.
and the only thing that alerted you as a player is me saying, hey, this, I want you to roll for stealth. If you have a metagamey character or metagamey player like that, yeah, it would be hard to do this.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And
most players are very metagamey. Like, it's
yeah,
very
they have a
very
tendency to
difficult
do it.
for
Even
like,
I have a tendency to do it.
yeah. I mean, you get called out a lot for it, but I mean, it's really difficult. Like, I like to separate myself, player, and character. I am two different people. As soon as the game starts, I become the character.
Hmm.
And I don't think about, okay, well, I mean, there could be a possibility of this, like Brick. I, as a player, have played Curse of Strahd. I know what's going to happen, but I don't play Brick like she knows. I play Brick like a brick.
Brick like a brick. Oh my god, you really do. What's funny is her intelligence isn't low. Is her
She's
wisdom
not.
low?
No, no. I think her wisdom is higher, but her intelligence is low. Like, she learns. That's the thing. She's very wise. Hey, Beard Miss Rex. Um,
Ew.
but yeah, she. It's difficult for her to understand something. That's what it is. Like, she doesn't understand it, but then when she realizes, okay, well, they said don't touch that because it's hot, but it doesn't look hot, and I touched it anyways, and it was hot and it burned me. Now she's wise enough to know if they say don't touch it, it's probably hot. That's Brick's mentality. So like with the dream pies, Brick ate a dream pie, she passed out, but she didn't understand that the pie had anything to do with her passing out.
Another way to explain the importance of that, the separation of character and player knowledge, is because you came back across that, the witch
Mm-hmm.
selling the pies, as another character who had literally had a miserable time going through the forest, hasn't eaten since breakfast, sees this
Fought
person selling
spiders.
pies, fought spiders, which apparently is a great fear.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a great fear of yours.
It
Don't even
is.
lie.
It is a great fair pie.
And and literally the first, if you had a if you were metagaming, you would go, I'm not eating the pie. But you decided, are you sorry, we have a sick cat. I'm having to check on her. Um, but yeah, no, like you decided, no, screw it. This player wouldn't know this. I'm going to go ahead and eat the pie because that's what my player would or my character would do because they're hungry.
Hmm.
They've been walking in the woods. They're not going to think twice about this. And I was like, you know what? That's legit. That's a really good idea or a good way to play.
Hmm.
Please don't. I love her to death, but she's gonna.
But yeah, like I go in, as I said, I go in playing as the character itself. Like as Rocky says, playing Leopold as Leopold kills her because she knows, but Leopold like it's just thinking about Strahd. Like I mean, cool, he's fine, but as the player, okay, wow.
Oh, it got super dark.
But the player Rocky understands that Strahd is a very powerful being, and but again, playing these new characters, we come in like, oh, cool. I mean, he's just a nice dude. Like, whatever.
Hi, nice dude. Nice to meet you. Thanks for inviting us to dinner.
But yeah, like, okay, perfect example was on Sunday, being metagamey and all that stuff. The whole Dream Pie situation, Simon came up and was like, hey, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. By the time we got to this town, the DM already said that it was starting, like afternoon, starting to become night. So that means Simon hasn't eaten since breakfast. Simon's hungry. He just fought these spiders. He is traumatized. He's upset.
He wants something for comfort.
He wants something for comfort. And he saw these pies and was like, cool, I'm going to eat one. And
I gotta get a better camera.
it's not that. It's because you have you're near the window.
Well,
And
I can't
it's
move right now. I can turn,
yeah.
but this is the best I can do. This is the best you're getting.
But yeah, so, he was like, cool, well, I'm going to go and eat a pie because I'm hungry. There's this old lady selling pies. And then another character was like, well, I'm going to dissect this pie. I need to know what's in this pie. And it's like, it's a meat pie. Or what? You're going to question this lady on her meat pies?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously
That right there.
I did call out the player on that. Like that's a little metagamey. Like, and
I
I mean,
literally, I
even he admitted it. He was like, okay, yeah, that is a little metagamey. Like, because
yeah.
that to me that is way too metagamey. Like how can you just suddenly go and like, oh, I'm gonna question this lady about her meat pies? Like why? She's selling meat pies. All you say is, what are you, what's in it? Like, oh, it's whatever we caught this week. Okay, cool. Well, I want to buy one.
When she says it's whatever she caught this week, it's probably the kids.
Probably the
Oh
children.
no,
But yeah,
the child.
so anyways, like I said, I feel like with that, it can be abused with the rule that you like to have where you could take 10.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yep.
then it's like, well, if I have to roll, if you suddenly spring up and go, hey, roll this, and I'm like, well, I don't want to roll, I'm just taking 10, and they have a +8 or a +12, I mean, right there, if they take 10, they have a +12, that's a 22 right there.
They're easily going to get through it. But that's the reason. That's why I say it's 10 for 10. So in other words, it's a time crunch. You can only take 10 if you have 10 minutes.
Mm hmm.
So if in game you're between roving guards and they're coming back every 5, no, you can't take 10.
Mm hmm.
I'm sorry, like you don't have the time to sit here and slowly work at the lock. I'm like, this is the lock picking lawyer. You need to be in this thing in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, so hold on, wait. Rocky said something. Greek says, can it be stealth or stab? I mean, if that's the type of player you want to be, I'm not gonna complain. I don't like those kind of players in my games though.
Stealth or staff. I don't know. Like I'm in between
Unless
on
it
that.
is absolutely pertinent, like you need to get in there and you know that these people are bad and you're gonna kill them. Like cool, whatevs. Like it's story development. But then you have just murder hobo players, and I don't like that. I don't allow
Yeah,
murder
those
hobo
those
players.
annoy me. And plus, what's to say that the stab situation is going to kill whoever you're going to kill. Because a large portion of the time, people think about the guards and they're like, man, the guard's going to have like 20 HP, maybe 30. I'm level blah blah blah, and then you go to kill this guard. Oh, sorry, that's the captain of the guard. He's a level 15 fighter. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of players they have these moments where,
They feel invincible. They feel like they have plot
yeah,
armor.
it's like when like there's a military thing, but it's when you come back from deployment, it's really a really sad thing to know that it there's more casualties coming back from deployment sometimes than there are in theater, like in combat,
Mm-hmm.
because people come back with the I'm invincible mentality and they make the stupidest decisions. And I mean, literally in the first couple months of me being back home, we lost like 5 or 6 people, and it was just because they got home, they felt invincible, and they started doing crazy stuff, drinking and driving, getting motorcycles and going 200 miles an hour on the highway, not being able to turn. I mean, like just crazy stuff. Like you would be like any rational person would be like, okay, this is probably a bad idea, but they had that I'm invincible mentality, and players tend to get that, especially when they start getting higher levels they get the I'm invincible mentality, and then it's like up to the DM to step in and go, I'm sorry, but you're not.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I don't mind doing it. I feel like that keeps my players on. It keeps my players out of the clouds.
I like Paper Kaylee so much for saying this.
But yeah, I feel like it keeps my players with their heads out of the clouds just because, there are players who, again, they feel like they have plot armor and they can do whatever they want and that they're not going to have to, suffer consequences. And I like to show my players that you're not invincible.
Welcome
And
to the real world.
I don't care if it makes my players upset. Because in session 0, I specifically tell them, you are probably going to die. If you do something stupid, you are probably going to die. It's not me coming after you, it is the consequences of your actions. And that's
Mhm.
it.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say actually on that exact thing, actions of consequences and stuff. I like
Oh,
what's
it's
said
not even
here.
showing it. That sucks.
Can we just talk about why so many people? This is Paper Killer, by the way.
Yes.
Just see guards as cannon fodder to begin with. Like those guards have families, and then also, Rocky said, I feel like people forget retreating is an option. That's Rocky. So I'm I do feel that people really do forget retreating is an option. Um, but sometimes I don't know. I think as we get stuck in our ways, like we get in that mentality of here's the fight, got to finish the fight to move on, so we're just going to push through that way.
Mm-hmm.
People don't realize that you can. I mean, there's a lot of ways. I like the idea of players getting around fights, and see that's a problem also of the game mechanics. A lot of DMs won't reward you for getting around combat,
Mm-hmm.
but I
Which
think
I
getting
do. I
around
love.
combat,
I love rewarding my players for that.
yeah, getting around combat, uh, especially something that really could have been extremely detrimental to the party.
TPK.
I think
Cough cough.
TPK, yeah, I think that is a great thing. I think that shows you know
Ingenuity.
ingen- ingenuity, and as I said, I love ingenuity at the table. But it also shows that they're not static thinkers. They're not just uh,
They're not linear.
yeah, they're not linear. Not every problem is a nail, and you need to use a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
They go, okay, well, maybe I need to use diplomacy to get around this. Maybe we could stealth around this. Maybe we could use the friendships that we've built with NPCs to get around this. The connections that our characters now have, because they're higher level. They're usually like heroes of the realm.
Mm-hmm.
They know people. They can use their name sometimes to get around things. And a lot of players just go, oh, well, since I'm not rewarded for that, I'm just going to kill whatever pops up and bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's a fantasy, and I know it's like you're getting to play out what you enjoyed, what you wanted to do, what you would never get to do in your daily life. But if all you want to do is kill people, in the game. I'm not sure if that do we need to give you some phone numbers to call? Like you might need some help. It's kind of like the whole rapey bard trope. Man, like I, I got some people you could call if you need some help. Like
Mm-hmm.
seriously. Uh I don't know. I just think like yeah, people become hammer people in D&D. It's like everything is a nail and they're just going to beat it down until the problem is gone. And it really was the mechanic. I really think it's the mechanic. It's having a DM that just goes, "Oh, well you didn't fight, so you don't earn XP. Oh, you didn't fight." And that's another problem is that people uh they tend to use XP or they'll tend to use milestone. And I find that a large portion of the time, people who are hunting for XP are players where their DM uh, solely uses XP in fights to move people up.
Yeah, which I used to do that. I was very headstrong about only using XP because I thought milestone was a cop out. And now that I'm using milestone, I've realized that it's probably the best, in my opinion. I know people like to see the number growth, but I don't see the point in it because having the number growth now shows you that no matter how much you're fighting, you're not going to level up. And I mean, I understand it's like, oh, well, I have 1500 XP and I need this much to get to the next level. Oh, well now I have 5000 XP and I need this much to get to the next level.
Hmm.
But the higher level you go, the more XP you need, and no matter how much fighting you do, you realize you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, it really starts to slow down,
Mhm.
especially if your DM is one of those people who like tends to put you up against like a bunch of smaller like minion monsters
Mhm.
because it's the bigger monsters that really might kill you that pay off like the most XP experience wise.
Yeah.
Because in a way, I guess philosophically, I guess that kind of makes sense, or psychologically that makes sense. It's usually when we overcome like our greatest challenges that we grow, and so I could see the XP being, a thing that makes sense because they're
Mhm.
going, oh, you know, you fought this life or death struggle and you've basically earned enough experience, life experience or whatnot, or you've had a change in perspective or something that has, facilitated this growth or growth in the in I mean that's in that way it does make sense.
Yeah.
But I just think sticking to that all the time, it's monotonous and it literally breeds bad players.
It does. It can. I mean, not even just bad players, but bad DMs too.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah.
Um,
So next rule: uh, small enemies share HP as a squad, and attack is one.
I like that.
I do that. I actually have my own uh, mob rules because mob fighting is actually something that I've noticed a lot of DMs struggle with,
And
or
it can be a
especially newer
huge pain.
DMs. It is a huge pain, but my thing is if I'm going to have a group of, I mean, pretty much more than 3 creatures attacking, they they will all roll together. And from there, like I'll roll a collective, you know, here's this roll, and then I'll see out of that how many actually succeed in attacking.
Hmm.
Because now you know, okay, well, there's 5 of them, and, she rolled for all 5 collectively. Like, you literally only roll like the 1d20 or whatever, or whatever it is. I got to look up the rules specifically that I have on here because it's been a while since I looked at it. But basically, you would roll and figure out how many out of your collective succeeded. And then
Hmm.
from there, you would roll the damage. I mean, I think that that works perfectly because I mean, at that point, you're guaranteed that your creatures either will or won't attack, and you're not bogging down time by rolling individuals. I mean,
Yeah, I think
because
that's a big problem. Is combat will slow down when you have large groups of enemies.
like as I'm saying, like worst case scenario, you walk into like a goblin encampment or something, And so
Are you
now
gonna really want to
there's
roll for 100 goblins?
exactly like I don't want to roll for 100 goblins and I'm not going to roll for 100 goblins, but I can split them up in tens and that way it'll be easier for everybody. Okay, I found it.
I think if I remember correctly, you start deleting members of these groups, the squads that they're talking about. You start deleting them as their health goes below certain things, and it
Yes.
lowers the amount
Okay.
of attacks they can make.
Look, I'll read it here because I have it here. So, it says, example: there are 10 monsters with 10 HP each. So, say you have 10 goblins, and each goblin has 10 HP. That would be a totality of 100 health, right? That those 10 monsters, that is going to be a 1d10 because that's one monster per 10.
Hmm.
Because they all have the same AC, you would only use that one AC.
Yeah, that
Because
makes sense.
now, if there was a creature who had a higher AC in the group, you would base it off of the higher AC. Why? Because the other ones are obviously lower.
So,
So if you're
so my que-
guaranteed to hit, if you hit, like say that these had a 12 HP and the other one had a 13, you would roll for the 13 instead of the 12.
You meant AC, not
Or
HP.
yeah,
I was
whatever,
confused for a
AC,
second.
you
I
know
was
what I
like,
mean.
wait, what?
So if they all have a 12 AC and one goblin out of all of them had a 13, then you would only roll for the 13
Okay.
because you are guaranteed to hit the others if you hit a 13.
I would do something a little differently. Like if they had a different AC, I would I would shift them into a different group or shift them by
No,
themselves.
because that's not going to work all the time. That's the thing. Why would you separate that one creature? You're making more work for yourself.
I know, but I'm thinking like,
It's pointless. If you literally only have, you're going to have all of your shamans which have a 15 AC and your goblins who have 12 AC. Are you going to have all 5 of your shamans in one group, or are you going to have one shaman per group? Chances are you're going to have one shaman per group because that's usually how, if you're looking at how goblins team up together, they usually have one higher AC, one stronger individual amongst the group because he can boost them, he can heal them, whatever it is. So you would try to attack the higher AC because you are guaranteed to hit the lower ones. Now, this is coming from the PC's perspective. The PC rolls a 15 to attack. The AC for the monster is 8. Okay?
okay,
So obviously your your roll was a 15. You obviously hit theirs. You roll a 26 for damage. At this point, you can spread the damage between several of the monsters and kill them, or you can obviously choose to target an individual. Now, if you choose to kill then 2 monsters, okay, would be dead because that's a 26.
it'd be like the barbarian going in with his great axe and just swinging back and
Exactly. You're
forth.
literally
Oh,
just you're sweeping the room. Each
yeah,
monster has 10 health. So they roll 26 damage. That's 2 monsters straight out dead.
and they didn't have to roll 2 attacks to attack 2 different monsters.
Exactly. They didn't have to because you're literally sweeping the room.
But this is
And
working because
one
they're
would
idiot
be
level.
one would be knocked down to 4 HP because there was only 6 HP damage done to one of them.
Okay.
So, now that's leaving you with 8 monsters out of the 10, 7 at full health and 1 at 4 HP.
And also, I would guess that that would make it so instead of them having 10 possible attacks, they now only have 7 possible attacks
Mhm.
or
They would
8
technically
possible.
still have 8 because they have
Yeah,
8
because of
monsters
one.
left.
The
Um
thing that
but yeah, so then it says the damage would chip away at the total HP if the PC was attacking the mob itself. So 100 HP minus 26 is 74 HP. So you know that mob now has a totality of 74 health.
hmm, the thing that I'm wondering here, if I target the mage,
Mhm.
because that's
If you target the mage, you're going for the individual. You would have
Always target the mage.
it would always go like if you were fighting one on one.
Hmm.
So he has a 13 AC and you hit his AC, then there you go. Like you hit his AC, you do damage. If you kill him, then he's dead. Then the entirety of it would drop down to the collective AC. So now the AC for the group would be 12 because there's only monsters with a 12 AC on there.
Okay.
But then I put as far as like area of effect spells go, the PC would attack, and the mob, if they have to roll to save, they would roll.
Does
If
it roll one time as a group?
they are successful, I would roll a d10, right?
Hmm.
So you're going to just roll the one roll to see if they save. If they're successful, you're going to roll a d10 or the equivalent number of monsters left. So in this case, there would be 8 monsters left. So you're going to roll a d8. That d8, that 1d8, is going to tell you how many of that group saves. So if you rolled a
Oh.
3, then only 3 out of the 8 save from that AoE attack. Or if the DM's just being nice, they can just say that the group succeeds or the group fails. It
And so
depends
it's just
on,
the whole
like
whole
how
group.
you're trying to rush things along at that point.
Here was the question I had. So earlier you said like if the shaman, right,
Mhm.
has the AC 15 and the regular goblins have 13.
Yes.
I am the kind of player that I attack tactically. So I'm going after the shaman because kill the magic caster first because he does the most damage.
Yes.
So if I kill him at the head of his group and that leaves 9 remaining goblins, right?
Mhm.
Is their AC now 13 or do they
Their
also have a
AC,
15?
I already answered that question. I said it earlier.
It's based on the highest.
It's based on the highest until the highest is knocked out.
And then it's the next highest. Okay.
Then it's the next highest. So because if he had a 13 and the group had a 12, because you knocked out the 13, why would there be a 13 AC?
That would and then yeah, okay. So that would mean that actually I mean that works even better because that would make your players want to attack in a tactically efficient manner
Exactly.
unless they're
They would have to work together or think at least smarter
hmm.
and decide, hey, well, is it smarter to go for the little guys or is it smarter to go for the bigger guys? I did just send you Jr. the rules that I have for the mob and horde attacks.
Okay.
But yeah, so now from the mob's perspective, the monster, the AC for the player is 14, right? The monsters roll to attack, and you would roll the 1, and it is a 15. Now, you're going to roll, because 2 of the monsters out of the 10 are dead, you're going to roll a 1d8. Okay? That number is going to tell you how many of those monsters hit the player. So if I roll a 1d8 and I get a 6, that means 6 out of 8 will hit. And then I roll for damage. You're going to
Ooh.
times that by 9 or by 6 because the damage. So say that like the damage was 15. You're going to roll because obviously each one would have a certain amount. So in totality, you would have 15. Then you would times that by however many creatures. So the total would be 90.
So
Because,
this becomes more of a save or suck kind of situation where
yes,
if they hit you, it's gonna hurt so bad it might kill some characters.
or,
They none of them hit you at all.
none of them can hit you, or they can spread the damage between all of the attackers. So instead of doing 90 damage in total, you can lower the number so each of them will only roll 15 damage in total. So that means one creature will probably roll like a 2, one will roll a 3, one will roll this, but then everybody will just get a 15 in total. But
Okay.
that would be kind of you would more than likely scale this, in my opinion, based on one, the player's level, and the creature's level that you're also fighting.
God, are we getting into advanced DMing already?
Yes.
No.
What did you see? Oh yeah. Um, but yeah, so that um that's my thing. I'll actually put this up in the Discord if anybody does want to check it out. Um, just because I feel like obviously explaining it this way, it's like it's one thing, but to actually see it written out,
Read it.
yeah, to
Yeah.
actually read it, you'd probably understand it a little bit better at that point.
We should also probably post the Dragon Mag article in the
Yes, we
Discord so people have
should.
the link
I
to it.
will do that right now.
What is that called? It's like citing your sources.
Yes.
I actually have a specific rule that I'm going to bring up uh, towards the end because it's a little bit more complicated, but I really like what it does for a game.
Okay, and well, go ahead because I'm actually posting my stuff in Discord.
All right, so I like to read the Angry GM. Um, just on occasion, I'll come across stuff that they put out, and one of the things that they talk about is this thing called the tension pull. Um, So what they say is tension pull is a generic mechanical tool that a GM can use to add random complications and growing tension based on players' actions. Um, the idea about it is basically like you start with a bowl in the middle of the table, and as people take more time to do stuff or um, overly complicate a situation, you add d6s to this bowl that's in the center of the table. And the more that you add, the closer you get to this point where uh, you have a chance of things going bad. A complication is what they say coming
Mm-hmm.
up. And there's five actions you can take with it. Um, you add a die to the pool. So you pick up a d6 and visibly drop it into the pool. This is a DM doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if you add a six die to the pool, you immediately clear the pool. So clearing the pool is if there are six dice in the pool, you pick them all up and roll them. Take note if any dice show a one, regardless of the result, don't return the dice to the pool. So basically, it resets back to zero. Um, you also roll the pool, pick up all the dice. Now, this is if there's not six in it. All the dice currently in the pool and roll them. Take note if any show a one, then put them back in the pool. Same thing, and then put the dice back in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, if the pool is currently empty, roll a d6 by itself. If it shows a 1, put that d6 aside. Don't add to the pool. Um, you can add a die and roll the pool. Pick a d6, visually drop it in. If that's a 6 die, immediately clear. Otherwise, after adding up the d6, pick up all the dice currently in the pool and roll them. Take note if any dice show 1, then put the dice back in the pool. And then obviously the last one is roll a full pool. Ignore what's in the pool. Roll 66 or pick up 66 and roll them. Take note if any dice show a 1. So basically what happens is as your players, if you give your players a time crunch, let's say you guys have 24 hours to solve this crime, or you have 24 hours to find this person in the city, or something horrible is going to happen. There's a reason for the show the first 48, because if you don't solve basically a murder or something like that within the first 48
48
hours,
hours.
huh,
I said, yeah, 48 hours.
if you don't solve it in the first 48 hours, there's a very high risk of it going cold. Like you basically are going to start running into dead ends.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of this poll is that you start with the time, and you basically start adding dice the longer it takes them to make decisions, and the longer it takes for them to um, find the correct path. Because what you'll find is that players in situations where let's say they only have 1 hour to solve this, they'll debate at the table for 2.5 to 3 hours, and then in the game they'll be like, oh well, we just sat there and we talked for 5 minutes. No, that's not what happened. This is basically you have this one session to solve this. This is basically kind of a way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
And by adding the dice into that pool, they see that pool, and you explain that, hey, every dice I add, if I roll a 1 on this, it adds a complication to the quest. It adds some sort of problem. It doesn't have to be a major problem. It could be a minor problem, but it could also be something major. Uh, Usually the dice are supposed to represent 10 minutes of time, 10 minutes of an activity. So 10 minutes of searching the city or 10 minutes of doing this. And if they get to 6 die in the pool, an hour's passed, and now this person is a little bit further away. Maybe now they have to expand their search. Maybe um, they've you roll a 1 on there, and so the complication is they come across false information and get sent in the wrong direction. Um, there's all kinds of things that you can do with it, but the idea that there is this visible indicator of time is passing, and the more time that passes, the worse the situation can get. I think that adds a lot of tension to the table, and it also makes players not do the tendency of overthinking, like,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what I have a tendency to do. I overthink everything. So I'm the kind of player that would sit there and go, okay, well, um, we are gonna do, or we've got to find this person. Let's think of all the possible places they could have gone. Let's do this, do that. And so when I play characters, I tend to try to purposely do the opposite. But there are players that will sit there for, as I said, the whole session trying to figure out what they're going to do in the next 15 minutes. And so by having this poll on the table, especially it's visibly indicating, and you keep adding, and you've told them, hey, it gets to 6, I roll. What if all their plans that they've built up to now are worthless as soon as they hit the 6 and you roll them all? They're gonna be thinking that, and they're gonna be like, okay, we need to hurry this up because we've sat here for 10 minutes discussing this. We don't have time. We need to come up with a plan and do it now. We're out of time. And I think that makes the situation more dynamic because a lot of GMs will, or DMs will tend to allow these situations to kind of play out. They'll let them take the time, but that makes the situation static because it's like in Skyrim, and you're in the middle of a fight and you have almost no HP, and all of a sudden out of nowhere you pull up the menu and the game's frozen, so that monster's sitting there right about to kill you, and now all of a
You
sudden you have
suddenly
all
ate
this
like
time.
15 cheese wheels.
15 cheese wheels, all the bread in the whole land of Skyrim, every potion that has ever been made. I mean, just crazy stuff. And then all of a sudden you go back and you're God once again. And it's just, I feel that giving your players that much time to just sit on their laurels and kind of like, okay, well, this is the information we have and blah blah blah, that there's no tension there,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a very static situation because nothing's changing. They have the information they have, and time's not passing, and this conversation that they just had for 2.5 hours between everyone at the um, table, that's, oh, this is out of character, is now going to be only 10 minutes in the game because apparently their people have a plus 50 intelligence, and they can make all these thoughts that they had over the last 2 hours in the span of 2 minutes. It doesn't make sense, and I like the idea of adding that stress to the table, so it motivates your players to actually do something instead of just talk about doing something.
Mm-hmm.
Just I love that. I overthink overthinking. Yes, yes. That's why you do what I do. You You purposely play characters that don't overthink, which technically means you're overthinking, overthinking, overthinking. But it's whatever. Now you're underthinking.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so rule number 3 on Dungeon Mag says minion enemies have 1 HP and don't take half damage on failed saves.
I kind of didn't like that one.
I don't really like that. As I said, I kind of just revert to my horde mob rules because I mean, granted, my if they have 1 HP, then whatever. Like I'm not gonna just suddenly tack on 15 unless it's like necessary or whatever. But yeah, like I'm not gonna suddenly go, okay, well, I mean, these rats they do have 1 HP, and now these rats suddenly have 20 HP per rat, and there's 10 rats here. I'm not gonna do that, But if they have 1 HP, and uh, there's 20 of them, that's 20 HP, and you can start whittling away at them. That's literally swarm rolls.
Hmm.
Like if you actually look at it, yes, it says that they have a like a collective. It doesn't even say collective, but the swarm has, you know, HP of X, Y, and Z. You're chipping away at it. And as you're hitting them, they're dying. And the number starts to go down until you're left with the one or two.
I mean,
Um,
as a DM, you could literally because they literally have swarms of rats. You could make a swarm of. I mean, it'd be weird, a swarm of goblins, but you could make a swarm of small animals or vermin kind of, and
they do. They have vermin, they have insects, they got spiders.
yeah. And so I mean that kind of covers that. And as a DM, you can just say, hey, you can see their number decreasing. You can see like you've killed over half of them
Mm-hmm.
or something like that. And I don't know, I kind of like that more than the idea of having a bunch of 1 HP rat. It just feels weird. It feels weird. I like the idea of having the swarm because the swarm makes more sense because it's like, as I said, you're cleaving through a bunch of enemies compared to if you're a fighter and let's say you're level 5, at most you have 3 attacks at that point unless you action surge and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
but but you but at most you have 3 attacks on a normal turn. You've got your 2 regulars and a bonus action attack if you've got 2 weapon fighting, and so you're only going to be able to take down 3 rats in 6 seconds. And if someone decided to say, oh, there's 100 rats, oh god, that means you can only kill 3 of those 100 rats every turn. I
Mm-hmm.
like the idea of just having the swarm, or
Yeah.
just having a large swarm and adding HP to the pool. And now you're having to cleave through more and more of these rats. Maybe you turn into a human tornado of steel or something like that. I'm trying to think of like how you would kill like a bunch of rats at once. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
obviously you use them all, but yeah, I really didn't like that role. I saw that and I knew that that was gonna be one you didn't like, and I I actually was trying to figure out a way to argue for it, and I can't, because especially with your mob rules, I mean, they kind of takes care of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I said. Like I don't really like it. I do have my own set of rules that I follow, and my rules work because I actually made these rules right before we had our Halloween session for the dungeon crawl, and you guys went in with all those zombies.
God, I hated all those zombies.
But that's the thing. You guys would not have been able to fight each individual zombie.
Yeah, it would have taken
So
forever.
it would have taken forever. So if you notice, I had them come in as a horde,
Hmm.
and you were chipping away at the totality of the health. And then I was like, oh, yeah, you guys are hitting them. You see like 3 or 4 dropping here, 3 or 4 dropping there, because you guys are killing the number and you're lowering it. And I know that each individual creature probably had like, I don't know, 6 to 10 health.
Hmm.
And if it was, 10 of them total, you had 10 and 10 total. I mean, you're literally 100 health. You're literally chipping away at them. And it's like, okay, well, this person did 15 damage. Cool. Well, you just knocked one down. He's dead. But then again, zombies also have, that thing. But aside from that, you guys were chipping away at them. So you guys know, like, okay, well, I'm thinking, okay, they have 100. You just did 33 damage. Three of them are all automatically knocked down.
What was the thing with zombies? It's like you have to do. They make a save, and if
They,
they get
they,
above a
yeah, they make, I think it was like a constitution save equal to, uh, the damage done to them plus 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And their con is a plus something or is it a minus something?
Oh god, I think it's a minus. I am looking it up right now. They have Undead Fortitude. If damage reduces the zombie to 0 points, it must make a con saving throw with a DC of 5 plus the damage taken, unless the damage is radiant or from a critical hit. On a success, the zombie drops to 1 HP instead.
And that was
That was Undead Fortitude.
and that's what's their con modifier? I'm
The
just trying to
con
think.
modifier is a +3.
So they have a +3. So it's a
Mm-hmm.
god, yeah. So they'd actually be a pain in the butt to take down.
Well, not really, because as I said, it's a Constitution saving throw of.
Not the individual. I'm talking about the horde. The
Oh
horde
yeah,
would
but
because you're going to
unless
constantly be
you
knocking people down to zero, and they're going to be
unless you
saving
knock
out of it.
down, yeah, unless you knock down like the horde entirely, like with rating damage, because obviously you guys had the paladin, so the paladin was doing serious damage, and every time he did damage, and they were knocked down, they didn't come back up.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for him, yeah, you guys would have been SOL, like not even joking. But yeah, so rule number 4, max damage plus die roll for crits. When you roll on that,
100% agree with
when
this.
you roll a nat 20 on attack, add up the damage dice you rolled, and then add the maximum they could have rolled to that number. The
I
house
would.
rule streamlines critical hits while also giving them more potent boosted damage. This makes every critical hit dangerous and exciting, but be aware that it can also make fights dangerous. I know you like that. I don't.
I know. Yeah, I know you don't
And it's
because you're
not.
probably thinking of like
I'm.
the monster could just wipe the floor with
It
someone.
it could, and that's why I feel like just double damage is fine. You can either double the die roll, or you can just double the damage. So if you roll an 8, it's a 16.
Yeah, I like the idea. See, the
Or
problem
not
is,
not roll an 8, but like if you have a D10, right, for your damage, and so you get the D10 plus your modifier.
yeah.
So you had a 10 and your modifier was a +7, you have a 17, you would double that.
So you'd have 34.
You would have 34, and I'm fine with that. But to add extra onto it,
No, here's the thing though. So that's where you might be misreading this. So max damage. So the same scenario. So
yes.
have a D10 plus 7.
Mm-hmm.
So 17 total damage,
Mm-hmm.
and then you add uh the
Add up the
an extra
damage dice that you
and then you
rolled.
add and then you add an extra D10 on top of it. So in other words,
So
it
that's
would
going to
be
be 3 of the rolls.
so no, no, no. See, that's the thing. Your max damage. So your max damage. So one attack,
Yes.
regular attack without the crit.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be a D10 plus 7 is 17.
Mm-hmm.
Then you roll a damage die on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So one damage die. So at most you could do 27 damage with an extra D10. But the positive side to that is that you are going to do the max damage at least. I have seen so many people roll crits just to roll like twos or threes,
Oh yeah, no. Like
and
my
it's
thing
horrible to
is, because
watch.
I can't stand, I hate when DMs say, "Oh yeah, you guys have a crit, roll your damage and double the die." And so you go, "Oh, so I take max." And they say, "No, you roll the damage." So
Yeah,
if I roll a 2, then I just did a 4 for crit,
yeah, and
even though I have a D10.
where it gets super ridiculous for me for that is that literally I've had attacks where I roll a crit and my regular attack right after that does more damage,
Mm-hmm.
and it sounds ridiculous like to hear it, and this isn't like Pathfinder because Pathfinder fighters and stuff like that, they focus on the plus, not on the rolls, because because 5e, that's another thing that's weird about 5e. 5e doesn't double the whole damage number. It only doubles the roll,
Mm-hmm.
compared to Pathfinder, where people literally would look for anything they could to add any plus to the roll, because they know that that's going to be doubled or tripled too, because
Mm-hmm.
they had the crit range, and the bonus was times two, three, four,
Oh,
all
I
that.
know. Your character, don't go into long details because I know you're just going to talk for an hour about that. But your character would literally one hit, or not even one hit, but as soon as he attacks,
I could one hit a T-Rex
you
easily.
would knock out at minimum what, like 130 damage at
Yeah,
minimum.
with one hit,
And you
and then
had
I
what,
would roll
two
my
or
extra
three?
little attacks. Yeah, I'd roll my extra little attacks on top of it
Yeah,
afterward.
so you were pushing out at minimum about 150 to 200 damage.
And the sad part was is that wasn't min max. That was just something that I was like, oh, this would be so cool. And then afterwards, I came and looked at it online, and people were talking about it, and they were like, oh yeah, this is a thing. And I realized that
You pretty much
if I
made a
had
Sorlock.
I made a Sorlock, and
It's the
it,
Magus class.
it's the Magus. Um, and it was it's a lot of fun. But it can be insanely broken if you know how to play it.
But yeah,
And
so your damage dice.
yeah, so in my case, and the thing was, in Pathfinder this wouldn't work because you're supposed to also double your um, damage modifier. But in 5e, I really think this works well in the fact that you're maximizing your damage for your maximizing your damage for your first possible total. So, the 17, like we said, and then you're rolling an extra die on top of it. So, yeah, you could roll a 1 and you could get only 18, but that's still going to be better than your normal roll could ever be. It's still at least one greater than your normal roll could ever be. And I like that a lot more than um, the whole idea of you just roll your damage die twice, because
Mm-hmm.
it's a little more consistent and it just makes more sense narratively. Like, oh, you got a crit, so this is a very heavy attack. This is something that you're lopping the head off the Hydra or something like that. Um, I just think that makes more sense.
But yeah,
But
Disuan said another DM of mine does double max damage on crits. I am Disuan's DM as well on Wednesday, but another of his DMs does it.
yeah,
Um,
I don't like that
and as I
because
said, I responded. Obviously, you guys can see it in the chat. I like double max damage because I feel like it balances out and scales with the player. And I mean, I do agree with it because if you're going to now, mind you, like I also feel like Nat 20 should be rewarded.
yeah,
So that's why I allow double the damage, not double the die.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So you're using the Pathfinder rules for this in a way. You're including you're doubling the modifier as well.
Yes, the modifier would be doubled as well.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, yeah, you could modify this so it's max damage plus a die roll, or plus basically another die roll with your modifier. See, if you think about this, this actually lowers the damage output that you're talking about.
Well, like I
Because
said, I feel like it's scalable at this point because, if you're a low level and you're only pushing out at max 10 damage, like if you rolled really well and you got, like, especially you got a crit and you have a D10 and that's all you have, you don't have anything else, then you only have 20 damage.
yeah,
But you become a paladin and now you have like divine smite or something on it. And so you're
then
going
you
to
gotta roll
add that
all
divine
the
smite
dice.
on that.
Yeah,
That's a double damage for divine smite, double damage for just your regular base hit. Hi
double damage
Gabby.
for the modifier.
Yes, double damage for your modifier, and I feel like at that point you've earned it because the chances of you rolling another nat 20 pretty slim. Not
Is
impossible, but it is pretty slim.
was Gabby the one that had the avian?
Yes, Gabby is
Oh
in the
yeah.
server.
Yes, I remember. I
Um,
never got to say I love the art, by the way.
yes,
I
the
never
art
got to
was
say
very
that.
nice. If you guys haven't checked it out, go into our Discord server. They posted art of their character
Yeah.
in our art section. But yeah, so like I said, I feel like at that point it is scalable. It can be a little ridiculous, but I do feel like it's scalable because your powers boost with as much as you're willing to allow it. You know, if you cast a was it like a you can only cast Divine Smite or something like at third level or whatever
Mm,
it is. I don't play Paladin, so I don't know. But whatever level you can cast it, that's your lowest one. But if you choose to go higher than that, and I think they said the max was only 5 or whatever. Again, I don't play Paladin, so I don't know. But whatever your max is, say that it is 5, you're stuck at that. You can't go any higher than that. I mean, unless your DM obviously allows homebrew spell rolls, like Cast Down Sun in our server. They play in our Wednesday game, and they just started DMing their own campaign. And yesterday we had our own, like, we had a session, and they had told us that they allow scalable spells. So you can cast a first level spell as a ninth level spell, but it will incur a wild magic surge.
and it
So
could be
you're
really
not
bad.
limited. You're not limited to what you can do. You know, you have the ability to do it. Now, that's not something I would do just because I know my players are like, they're min maxers, and
What?
you guys are going to do whatever you can to just get a little bit further ahead and to screw with things a little bit more. So like
I've never
I
been
have
back in
to
my life.
limit like how you guys play, because
Yeah,
I
that's
know the
true.
way that you guys play, you would purposefully go out of your way to try and break a game, which is not fun, because then the campaign's going to end because you decided to break the game.
But it's fun though.
Well, then you run a campaign and I'll break yours, and then you realize, hey, I can't play anymore.
Yeah, that would ruin it.
Exactly.
I'm just playing. I know that min maxing can be always taken way too far.
It can be. But yeah, so next one that we have is
Children turning
rule
into
number
werewolves.
5, team inspiration.
That would be funny.
Um,
I was reading uh, Gabby's
they
comment.
said, I run games where people are reticent to use their inspiration and even likely to send it over to someone else. To remedy this, I have added a bowl that I put something in to serve as a group pool of inspiration. I limit the bowl to holding 4 pieces of inspiration at a time. I found that people are more likely to use the inspiration when doing this, knowing that there might still be some left over. I'm cool with team inspiration. Like, I will occasionally just grant everybody an inspiration,
Hmm.
um, depending on obviously like what they did.
I like that. I like the idea of it being like a group resource because
But it can be messed up though,
someone
because
could keep using it and be
somebody
greedy.
else can be using it, and nobody else is going to have the opportunity to use it now. So I feel like, yes, I'm going to give you all like a team inspiration. Everybody gets inspiration. That's literally what I just say. Everybody gets inspiration, and that's your inspiration. That is only yours. Nobody else can touch it because it is yours.
Are you allowed to use the help action and share it?
I don't like letting people share their inspirations
Oh.
because you're going to waste it.
I was gonna say the help action technically is inspiration if you think about it. It gives someone advantage on a
Thank you
roll
for the
versus
follow.
just. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice anyone follow. Hey,
Um
thanks for following.
but yeah, I don't like giving or allowing people to use that. Um I kind of need to like set up a ground rule for the help action, just because I feel like you can either
Bard.
get inspiration, like inspiration, you can get advantage on a roll, or one second.
Or you could have your child pop up in the middle of the stream and want attention. Does she need her tablet? Uh, but yeah, I actually do agree. It definitely complicates things when you have bards in the mix. Especially, I'm guessing because you're thinking like their bardic inspiration.
But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what he was gonna say. But what I was saying is that I would. It's kind of like a difference, but for me, I need to kind of settle on something for like the help action,
Hmm.
because I know that what they said, that the help action gives you another roll, so basically you're getting advantage. Um, but
Inspiration basically is what does that.
inspiration basically does that.
And I
But
actually,
I'm kind of leaning more towards it only adds a +5 to whatever your role is, because I don't feel like you should be able to get an entirely new role and then use your modifier to it. I don't
for
feel
help
like,
or
yes,
inspiration,
for help.
I could see that. I
I
could see having
feel
a setting
like
behind
it,
what you
because
said.
it's like, oh hey, I'm helping you do this, not oh I'm teaching you how to do this. I'm spending the time to give you knowledge on this. It's just me going, oh hey, look, you're doing this wrong. Can I help you? And then you push them aside in the system, or
Could you?
hey, I need help pushing this boulder up. This person's not giving you their strength. They are assisting you. They are making the weight lighter for you.
That also makes me think. How are you assisting? Like, God, that makes me want to come up with something on the spot. Like maybe, uh, proficiency. Like they add their proficiency bonus for something, or maybe they add their ability score roll. I know you're just saying a +5, but I would think like the
Mm-mm.
help of let me finish.
I would
The
not do
help of
that.
someone at a lower level, the help of a level 1 character who knows nothing about what you're doing, like who knows nothing about lockpicking, is different than the help of somebody who's a level 10 rogue who has proficiency or expertise in lockpicking. You understand the the difference that I'm trying to point out? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's different. I think it would be different, and that would be something for me, and I could definitely take that. Um, and I could definitely take that. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think there's one other thing. I was trying to finish with +5 is equivalent to the shield spell. That's true. Uh, and what I was trying to say with dissonance, what he was trying to say with the bard is that their bardic inspiration, it kind of makes like everyone having inspiration available all the time, like having the 4 in the center.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of makes their bardic inspiration pointless. Like, what's the point of me giving you the extra d6
So
on the
now your
roll?
opinion on it's changed.
Yeah, I see the problem now. I see the
Exactly,
problem.
because that's what I'm saying. Like I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I don't know. Like in a way, it's nice, but I would say, hey, here's a group inspiration. Everybody gets an inspiration, but this is to be used wisely. Like you're not going to get many of these, because at that point now somebody's not going to go and just grab the inspiration willy-nilly and go, cool, this is my inspiration now.
Mr. Alkalili. I butcher names, so I'm gonna say Mr. A for now, so I don't keep murdering it. Um, I guess inspiration is something you get from the people close to you, and you should have
I
the ability to
agree.
learn
Wait, hold on. Yo, okay, I saw something else.
and not refuse help from others to learn.
Something you get from the people close to you, and you should have the ability to learn and not refuse. They can refuse though. You have to consider it. They're their own person. And if somebody says, "Let me help you," and that person says no, they're not required to take your assistance.
Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. So
That's
yeah,
literally taking control of somebody else's character at that point. So
yes. Someone could be like, "Hey, if this person fails, they just fail."
yeah, like
Or
it's
now
like,
a
hey,
person's
I
gonna
want
start
to do
reaching out
this on
for
my
help.
own. Like my character Brick. Brick is very stubborn and she likes to do things on her own. And she's the strongest one in her group, but the second strongest character showed her up. And she didn't ask for help. But the other person was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to help you. And she took advantage of the situation. Not advantage, but she took the situation. She got a nat 20, and succeeded in what we were doing. And so my character was refusing the assistance. My character was like, I don't want your help. I can do this on my own. But I knew that considering the roles that we were having that night, I was probably going to fail. There was a high possibility I was going to fail. And that's fine. But, I agree that people are diffidently refuse comments from others, but they have to accept it sometimes. Again, they don't have to. Nobody has to do anything. They are their own person, character or not. I don't have to say, hey, apply the will and creature factor. Nothing, when I run my campaigns, I always tell all of my players, you are not required to do anything from anybody. Like, at all. If somebody says, I want to do this for you, and they're like, hey, like, it's like the, will and creature situation. You can't thunderstep somebody off of a ship unless they're willing. Now, mind you, wordplay is a little messed up, but technically you were in the right because he was a willing creature and you thunderstepped him off the building.
Asked if he was willing to walk with me, and he said yes. So
Exactly. So you did it. And that kind of screwed the player over. But, in another way, it's like if he had said no, you couldn't have done it.
yep.
If I am trying to push this door closed, like Game of Thrones, I'm sorry if you guys have never caught up, but I mean, it's been years, so sucks to be you. Hodor,
Spoilers are over. It's over.
it's over. It's been a long time, but
You
Hodor,
get a 2 year break.
Hodor was holding the door. And
That's so sad.
he could have told the others, stay here and, hold the door with me because more people would have held that door shut. But he said no. He refused the help. And the others respected his decision and they left because they understood that he was making a sacrifice. So there's no point. Like, I tried to help so many people. Mr. A says, I tried to help so many people to change some bad attitudes, but sometimes they change to be a rude person. That's why sometimes you need others to guide you. Understandable, but again, if the player themselves are being rude, then maybe that's just a player issue, and you as a player and DM as a group need to talk to this player about their play style. But if it's literally the player being their character and their character is a loner and they're not required to be friends with your character or be friendly or accept help from your character just because you're all in the same group. They're there for their own reason. They're probably there for monetary means. Doesn't mean that they have to accept your help at all.
Damn. I kind of wish your mic was muted at that moment. You hit that thing. It
Oh,
was
I'm
so
sorry.
loud. Don't.
But yeah, like again, nothing is requiring anybody to do anything. If you didn't want help from somebody, you're not going to take it. And that's the same thing for them. If they don't want your help, they don't have to take it. And so, when it comes into the whole inspiration and the help action, I would say, like, hey, if this person accepts your help, I will give you a +5 to your roll. So, whatever their base roll was that they rolled, they don't get a reroll again. Whatever their initial roll was, they get a +1 or a +5 to it.
You said +1. I was like, Jesus, it's even
So,
darker than
if
+5.
if they go, hey, I rolled a 10 and the DC was a 12, obviously, and they failed it, and somebody's like, hey, I'll help you, and that person says, cool, now they get a +5 to that 10. Now they have a 15. It's like the take 10 or whatever it is.
Yep.
It's like that, because I feel like the help action does not in any way give somebody the right to suddenly get a new role out of this. Again, you are assisting a person. You are not giving them the knowledge that they need. So that's my rant for that.
You know, someone did the math, and advantage actually gives you a smaller bonus than your +5 does.
Huh?
I love statistics, and someone did the math, and they found out that I gotta find it. The plus for advantage is actually smaller than getting a like +3 on a roll or something like that. So like your +5 actually might be more beneficial, but it also is still up to chance because someone could have rolled a 1. It's not gonna matter if they have the help action or not. You're not getting through the door.
Mm-hmm.
So
Um, but yeah, so the next rule is inspired saving throws. Players can spend their reaction and a point of inspiration to regain a saving throw. It says sometimes a saving throw is crucial to a player, and when that 3 shows on the die, their heart sinks. Danger is a part of every D&D campaign, but if you want to give your players a little more hope against that beholder, consider this house rule. Players can spend their reaction and a point of inspiration to gain a saving throw reroll.
did you increase the cost of Careless Whisper?
No, I haven't changed anything on it.
Okay, I was a little heartbroken because it was 300 bits, and I was like,
No, I haven't
dang
changed
it.
it. Um,
That's one of my favorite things to play on there.
but
Just to
no,
mess with
you. Uh, I'm kind of like here and there about that one. Um, I don't feel like you should just get that. Like
Like, don't you already get to?
certain people, like certain races and certain classes, certain feats get rerolls.
Yeah, and I was actually gonna say the inspire like spend their reaction and a point of inspiration. I mean, we at the table, you just allow inspiration to be used, but you have to have it.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds more like along the lines of, I guess having that pull in the center.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, when people are like, "Hey, can I use my like if another player said, "Hey, can I use my reaction and an inspiration point to help them make it out of the save?" I would be very iffy on that. It would depend on what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it like a fireball going off and you're gonna like throw them further away, like grab them and toss them out of the fire or something like that? Or are you gonna grab them and throw them under your cape of protect or your cloak of protection? Like, there's ways you could explain. I'm like, hey, how are you gonna help? That'd be one of those times of like, explain how you're gonna help them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't just say, hey, I have an inspiration point and a reaction. Like, that's once again the ingenuity thing.
Yeah.
So like I mean I can reward that, but just saying, it would be one of those I'd have to play it by ear things for sure,
Yeah.
because yeah, it would be abused,
Mm-hmm.
100% abused, and
Rocky
there'd be
said,
like, oh,
"Oh, sorry. Finish what you're saying."
I was gonna say then there would be those players that would be like they would try to be like, I used my reaction and then the roll failed. I used my reaction and then the roll failed, and
Mm-hmm.
everyone would go around using their reaction because they're like, oh god, if the wizard or the healer goes down, we're gonna lose.
Yeah.
They'll do whatever they can to keep that person alive, and it's just gonna slow down combat.
Oh yeah. But yeah, Rocky said, that's when I had. This was going back to the help and inspiration. That's when I had a character who was trying to push someone out of the way. Um, they had another character say, "No, I push you out of the way." If we're talking about the same situation, I completely understand what happened, and don't get me. I was upset. I was upset about this. Okay, I was upset.
Part of me is wondering now, is it like, unstoppable force meets a movable object kind of situation? Because it'd be hilarious. You guys just push each other and just stand there while the fireball goes off.
Well, it's not
I
that.
push you out of the way. No, you
The
guys now stand there
situation,
pushing each other.
the situation was her character. If I'm not mistaken, this is the one that I'm thinking of. Um, her character, we were all trying to escape a building,
Hmm.
and the building was crashing down around us. And so this character was like, hey, I'm behind this other character. Let me push them forward, get them out of the way of this falling, piece of building. And the
Yeah.
other character said, oh, no, I'm going to push you out of the way. And it's like, but how did you know? You wouldn't have known that I was going to push you out of the way. You're metagaming and you are now pushing me out of the way.
I have a question. Does this character's name start with a D?
Yes.
Oh, freak. See, I remember a very upset Swanee coming over to me
Yes.
after that session and being like, "Man, this is some bullshit. This happened." Blah, blah, blah. And I was like,
But it
"Oh
was a
God,
really good session though.
the
Don't get
drama."
me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That whole session itself was great because Brick almost died like 3 times that session, and then she died like 3 sessions later. But still, she almost died that session. it was
She
it
almost
was
died this
fun.
session just to die the next session.
No, no, like she died about like two or like three sessions, 3 or 4 sessions later. Um,
Right, yep, right after you got the dice and the wig.
but I know my oh my god, my new dice are coming in. Yay! I'm excited. I just got the email. But no, like that. I understand though. Like as Rocky said, I get not wanting to accept help. Sometimes I want to scream though. And again, I mean, it is one of those situations where if your character just would not accept the help, don't assume
That's
that
your
other
character.
people don't like, because people like to mesh player and character together, and that's not a good thing to do. You always want to keep them separate. I know this, but this character does this. My character would do, or I do this, but my character would do this. If you're playing a chaotic evil person and you are a lawful good person, you're
You're
not
gonna
going to
have to
go.
separate those two.
Yeah, you have to separate them, because now you're just going to let like you're going to let your emotions bleed into your character. You're not going to play your character the right way. And then the
It's
whole
like,
thing of that's what my character would do would come in, and like, no, it's not. That's what you would do.
yeah, and it's like your evil campaign. I went as far evil as I could, and I ended up at chaotic neutral,
Mm-hmm.
and that was as far as I could go. Like I was like, I know me as a player, I'm not gonna be able to go all the way evil
Oh
because
yeah, because you
there's
as a
moments where I
person, you're
could do,
not.
yeah, there's moments where I could do some horrible evil things, but for the most part, I wouldn't go out of my way to like hurt someone. And so it's like now I'm playing this character who I wanted to get as close to evil as I possibly could, and I struggle every session we play. I'm like, oh God, no, this poor person, we need to help them. There's a reason I normally play like chaotic good. For
See,
there's a
but
reason.
the reason why I like having this campaign is because it pushes you out of your comfort zone, and not in a bad way, because obviously you wouldn't be in this campaign if you didn't want to be in it. But it does push you as a player to get out of your comfort zone and to think about things in another way. To think about things as in, you know what? Like, I understand that being lawful good, or however you want to consider yourself, I understand that, being this way is who I am as a person, and I would never steal candy from a baby. But, maybe I can steal candy from a baby just this once.
Just this one time.
Like, just this one time, just to see, like, the reaction that would happen around me.
And have the moral conundrum once you stop playing the game afterwards. Like,
Exactly. I
I
mean,
did this horrible
whatever
thing.
happens after the
That's what
game.
happens to me. That's not what happens to her probably, but that's what happens to me
Oh no,
afterwards.
no,
I'm like,
no. I
I did
I
this
I
horrible
thrive.
things. Why
I
would I
thrive
do
on the
that?
fact. I thrive on the fact that you guys are all like, I don't know
Having
what to
existential
do.
crises.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I mean,
Crises.
almost, I would say
Crises.
almost everybody, but yeah, basically almost everybody there is like freaking out. Like, okay, well, you know, I would never do something like this, and yet, here's my character. Like, okay, the whole situation with you guys found Leopold, and he was being attacked by 2 owlbears. You
I
as a
wanted to rush
group,
in and help.
exactly, player
I
wise,
couldn't.
you're thinking like a hero. Well, let me go in and help this person. But playing as your character, you would have to go, well,
Does it
he
make financial sense for me to
exactly,
even
like,
waste my time?
he
Like,
can
am I going to
handle
get a
this on his
reward out
own.
of this?
Yeah,
He's got this. And then also looking at him and seeing that he was a paladin and my guy hates the church.
mm-hmm.
I view people, it doesn't matter what organization or whatever you're part of, I view you as an individual. So I try to judge you as an individual. And
Your character doesn't.
my character doesn't. If he sees that you're part of the church, mm-mm, game over. Have a nice day. I'm so sorry about your bad luck," while he
Mm-hmm.
sits there and eats popcorn and watches your demise. But
Exactly.
like I I I as a player was just sitting there like, "Oh no, this poor guy." That was a horrible way to introduce a player in an evil campaign. You did that, and I was like, "Why would you do this?" Like he
Well,
could have literally had to reroll a new character immediately.
I mean, that that would have showed all of you that like the consequences of your actions. You see somebody being mauled by two owlbears and you choose not to help them. Yes, it's not going to benefit you in any way. You're bad. You don't have to help people. But bad doesn't mean completely ignorant and blind to the world around you. You are
Mhm.
just playing the villains of the story. You're not playing the great evil. You're just the
Yeah,
villain. The heroes are coming up behind you, cleaning up your mess.
I'm playing the Costco version of Daddy Strahd.
Yeah, you are.
That's one way to phrase it. And actually, Mr. A said this is the most useful Twitch channel that I have ever seen. Thank you. That was actually the whole idea about us even starting this. Like we have a campaign that
We
we run on
started it as a
Wednesday.
podcast, mind you.
Yeah, I started as a podcast, and we realized that you can't really interact with people and have them ask you questions or give you feedback on a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So we decided to switch it onto this, and I'm glad that people are actually appreciating it, because the idea was a large portion of the time people don't have people to go to and ask questions like, hey, I'm a I'm a DM, and they might post it on like a Facebook post or something, be like, and I had this. But normally, like, a bunch of the groups that we see for Facebook are like very reactionary, and they're not there to give advice so much as give their opinion
Mm-hmm.
on everything. And it seems it I don't know, it seems like counterintuitive to the discussion. It's almost like gatekeeping in itself.
Oh,
it
it is.
literally it literally stops people from even wanting to DM or even play, because they see how
Hostile.
hostile and explosive some players can be in these groups, and they go, well, maybe I don't want to play,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe I don't want to DM. If this is the way players are going to react, why would I want to DM a session? Because I'm asking something I really need help with, that I'm either concerned about, or I'm not sure I should allow in my games, or all kinds of stuff. And people literally go either one of two ways. You'll get the very rare opinions that actually are focused on the question itself and helping that person, or you get basically controversy and, I guess, political discourse, which I'm really bad about, but political discourse and, their feelings about modern issues and stuff like that. And it's like, that wasn't the question. They were asking, is it okay for me to make my dark elves evil in this campaign, or this one race, or, have this tribe? And people will go, well, now they're like, oh, well, I feel like it's a simile to this issue in life. And it's like, yes, but the idea is that they can do something about it, they can change it.
Mm-hmm.
But those people don't see that. All they see is the idea that, oh, well, you're stereotyping. Why are you saying that all orcs are evil, or all that stuff? And it's
Mm-hmm.
it's it's counterintuitive to discussion and collaboration. And D&D at the end of the day is collaborative storytelling. You're literally doing the DM is three walls of the story, and you're the characters in it, and you're sitting at the table, and you're basically, in a way, watching or playing video games would be uh, the best version of it, like the best way to explain it. Because I like to say, you're controlling a TV character, which is kind of what you do when you play video games.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're the character in this world the DM's created, and it really does take the collaboration of all the people at the table to make a really good story. The DM can make the most beautiful story ever, but if you have a bunch of murder hobos that don't care about it, there goes the campaign, because they're just going to go town to town and kill all the things in sight and get as much loot as possible until the DM finally gets fed up and rocks fall and everyone dies.
Let's see. Rocky said, I am completely terrified to play a session under you.
You should be scared. Be very scared.
I don't think that I'm that harsh of a DM.
She's not. We'll say stuff, but she's
Yeah,
really not that bad.
I'm really not that bad. Like I
She's
just like
worse.
to I like to show my players that their actions have consequences and that they don't have plot armor. Because
Yeah.
that's the one thing, like kind of going back to the whole Facebook thing, I see a lot of people like, oh, well, I really want to implement this kind of play style or rule in my campaign. And it's being dark and punishing your players and stuff like that. Or not the players, but punishing the characters for their characters' actions. And there are DMs and players out there, I can't believe you would do this. You're a horrible person. You should stop playing D&D. Like, back to the whole gatekeeping thing and, hostility. They get upset over the fact that, a DM wants to be mean. I guess if you want to put it that way. Like they they want to test their players.
Yeah.
And that's the way that I am. I like to test, I like to push their limits. I want to see how far they're willing to go. Like obviously I'm not going to do anything that goes out of their comfort zone, but it's literally just like, hey, I need to know, like, are you guys willing to save a child that is being mauled by a bear?
Yeah.
Like,
And you know what? Two things on that. We as people, yeah, it's supposed to be a fantasy and a lot, and you don't like D&D as escapism. You
mm-hmm,
actually don't like that. She doesn't like it as an escape. I kind of view it as an escape in a way, but also I want some sort of realism to it. And in our lives, I mean, I'm asking the viewers this too. Is your life all unicorns and rainbows? Is it always perfect all the time? Do you have plot armor? Do you have, you know, something to fall back onto all the time that will save you at the end of the day? And most people, I think 99% of people will answer no. I mean, life is a struggle.
mm-hmm,
And plot armor gets rid of that struggle. And I like to say that humans, and I mean, psychologically, this is kind of true, we thrive off of conflict. We literally kind of set our clocks to it, our lives to it. And I think that using plot armor and always saving them at the end of the day gets rid of that conflict and gets rid of that stressor. It's now gone.
mm-hmm.
So no matter what I do, if I'm always going to succeed at it, what's the point of me even trying if I know I'm going to succeed? I can literally just show up, and why would I try hard at it? I'm just going to show up and it's going to happen because it's all kitty cats and rainbows and unicorns and all the rest of that stuff. But that's not the way the world works. And I like the DM style where they go, there's a chance of success and there's a chance of failure. There is no plot armor. Your character might die if you decide to fight the dragon at level 5. Okay, your character's probably going to die if they fight at level 5. Let's be honest.
And Kelly
Um,
understands this. Don't go into the cave.
don't go into the cave.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to know what that's about.
See?
There was
Look, chat. You see it right there.
don't go into the cave. But the other thing is like, let's see. I have ADHD, so I lost it. So first point was made. Second point was, what were we talking about?
The second point was, what were we talking about?
No, the second point was I can't remember what the original conversation was. This is why I can't do this show on my own. There's no way. There's no way.
Kelly said, oh, wow, that was literally the second of 3 straws that ended the campaign before it started. I am sorry that happened. As I told you, that campaign looks like it was going to be really, really good, but it just needed the right players. Like, honestly, it just needed the right players.
What was the original conversation? What was the original question that I?
Well, we were talking about using reaction and inspiration points for saving throws.
Oh yeah, I'm way off then.
Yeah.
We must have wandered so far off topic that I don't even remember the topic.
But yeah, so jumping over, we have rule 7. I have a thing for that. And the whole description of that is allow a player to spend a point of inspiration to remember that their character purchased a mundane item. So if you are like heavy on gold rolls and stuff like that, they would obviously deduct the gold at that point in time. Be like, oh, well, we need a shovel, but nobody in the group has a shovel. And so you have that one player to like, oh, I have a shovel. Even though you know for a fact they don't have one, that I'm kind of lenient on that because it's literally such a minor item, not something that would be game breaking. Like a shovel's really not going to be the end all be all for this campaign. But if somebody says, "Oh, I have a thing for that," and they go, "Oh, I have this diamond that can help with resurrection." No, you don't. You don't have that.
No.
Sorry, not
I,
sorry.
yeah, I like how they said it's a mundane item. That
Mm-hmm.
that I'm okay with. The mundane, that's okay. But yeah, you don't have the 1,000 GP diamond to do resurrection.
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry, you
then
did not
again,
buy
you
that.
also have to limit the mundane because oil, lantern oil, is flammable. And somebody might want to use lantern oil for something that's combat, related. And they go, "Oh, well, I have uh about 6 things of oil, of lantern oil." And it's like, "No, you don't."
We got to remember, I'm the person that my mind works. Everything's a weapon. It's just how you use it. So
But you would initially plan for it and it should be in your inventory. Now, if
yeah,
you
but
go,
yeah, I've got the
"Hey,
Boy Scout mentality.
exactly. So if you choose to spend all of your gold on specific things, that's on you. But for a random character to suddenly go, "Oh, I have 6 flasks of oil." No, you don't.
No,
Unless
you
it was
don't.
in your inventory ahead of time, I would allow 1, 2 pushing it. But you're
Yeah,
not getting 6.
yeah, I would argue that you could have one of something.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that yes. I would say that oh, you have that bundle of rope that you put at the bottom, like the bundle of silk rope,
Yeah, it's an item you
or
forgot that you had. It fell all the way to the bottom of your pack.
yeah, and you weren't paying attention to it, or God forbid you have a bag of holding. That really makes sense then, because people have bags of holding and they stop doing inventory.
Oh yeah.
They don't even watch it anymore because they're like, I've got infinite space. I'll just throw everything I find in the bag, and that's why I really do like Pathfinder has. And if I would run a D&D campaign, I would have levels of bags of holding.
Yes,
I would.
Pathfinder, they do have levels of bags of holding, and those are perfect.
They are perfect. It annoys me that you can get a bag of holding and it holds like
500 pounds.
500 pounds of stuff right off the rip. In comparison, in the lowest level bag of holding in Pathfinder only holds like what 150 or 100 pounds. I can't even remember
I
what it
don't
is,
remember.
but I know it can get ridiculous at the end. At the end, it's holding thousands of pounds,
Mm-hmm.
but it weighs more, and it weighs more. It's larger, and it can hold bigger items. You can put bigger items in it, and it's not something you can just easily hide on your person. So you would want a smaller bag of holding to carry regular items. Like I don't know, that just makes sense to me. I mean, and mechanically it works. It works better because otherwise you have a bunch of adventurers with bags of holding and they're carrying a whole bunch of nonsense with them.
Mm-hmm. Kelly says, "I think a lot of DMs give items haphazardly, and that makes players forget that they have some stuff." This is true. And it's not that I want to argue on this, but I do have a reason behind it, and it's because a lot of players want things. Plain and simple. If you don't give your players things, if you don't give them levels, if you don't give them specific items, your players are going to get antsy.
That's true. Yeah.
And they're going to go, "Okay, well, we haven't been in town for, 2 weeks, and we're running low on rations, and we don't have this and we don't have this." And it's like, "Okay, well, cool, like, here, I'll give you this. Well, I need this sword, I need this +1 sword, I need this +1 shield, I need this, I need this." And it's like, like with JR, his character Fickle was looking for a specific style of armor. I'm not the DM that goes, "Okay, cool, you want this armor, here you go, it's there." No, I'm not that DM. I don't care that you want a specific item. It might not even exist in my world.
But I ended up finding it.
You ended up
Oh
finding it
God,
like
like
a year
30,
later.
40, 40 sessions later. I've been looking for it since the beginning, and
Exactly.
it's because she had heard this rumor of clothing that changes its form with you, but it's armor. It's the um glamour studded armor.
Mm-hmm.
She is a changeling. So having armor that she can change into any clothes while she can change into any form is just perfect for her character.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I want this so bad. But I told the DM, I told her that I was on the lookout for it, and anywhere I went, I was always looking for it. But if I didn't find it, so be it. But there are definitely players that if they don't get what they want, they turn into crybabies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like seriously, like people who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s will act like children because they don't get something in a game,
Yeah.
and it it weirds me out. Like I'm like, well, did you ever mature? Did you ever grow up? And people say like, you're playing games, you're a child. I I don't know. I think there's a difference. I think you can still enjoy games and stuff like that and be mature about it. You don't have to be a child to enjoy games.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, otherwise, every adult would be like the most boring person on the planet.
Oh yeah, no, I fully agree with that. That's why, as I said, like if my players are like, hey, I would really like this particular scene in the campaign, or I want this particular item, I'm not gonna say sure. I'm just gonna go like, okay, cool. I'll think about it because chances are I'm gonna say no, but there's a possibility that I might say yes. But I don't want to tell you yes and then you expect it, because if I say yes, you're a player is generally going to go, okay, well they say yes, I'm probably going to get it within like the next 2 or 3 sessions. And then if you don't give it to them, they're going to go, hey, so that thing, what about that thing? You said the thing. And I was like, yeah, you'll get it when I give it to you. So instead of saying yes, I go, I'll think about it. And that is a definite either yes or no. Generally people would probably go, okay, well she said I'll think about it, that might mean a no. And then I mean it could be 10, 15, 20 sessions later I surprise you with the thing.
And it makes it even better when you're surprised with it instead of just getting it.
Exactly.
And I don't know. I also think that there's I don't know how to explain that. I'm gonna just carry on. But there was something else I had on that, and I have no idea how I'm gonna explain it. So next topic.
The next one is I know someone for that. Allow a player to spend inspiration to describe a contact who can help with the current situation.
There's literally character backstories and class skills that do that. I'm kind of iffy on that because of that. Like literally, there's in like was it informant and stuff like that or spy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember the which ones specifically are, but they literally you lose out on other things for this having this
Criminal.
criminal contact. That's what it is. That is literally that's its specific feature is having this criminal contact. Oh yeah, I know a guy. So
It's
I don't know.
understandable, but some people don't want to play a criminal.
Yeah,
And you
and
you
you
would
don't
literally have to be one to get this benefit. And I mean, now mind you, you can have the criminal background and then go, oh, I'm a former criminal, like the paladin
Yep.
who redeemed themselves. You still have it. You took that one level in rogue, you criminal background or whatever,
Hmm.
and multi-class in the paladin, just so you can
Yeah.
have that criminal background. And so people go, oh, it's you're such and such, you used to steal with me on the streets. And it's like, that's not me anymore.
Or
But if you can
you're the
help me out.
paladin, or you're the cleric now who used to be a dude. That would be okay. Now I have a whole nother character that that I've just thought of that I want to play that you brought up by doing that. I want to play a cleric, like a life cleric or something that has got like one or two levels in rogue, and like you meet people on the street and they see you and they're like in specific towns like that you're
Mm-hmm.
known for being the criminal. They see you and they're like, oh man, it's that guy, and everyone's running for their life. Like the old criminal past that you had kind of
Mm.
catches up to you, and but you're in your vestments and you're like holier than thou art, and you're like this great person now. It's like I've changed. It kind of makes me think of the current pope because he used to be like
It was
a
a
biker.
bouncer.
He was a bouncer and used to be a biker and all this other
Mm-hmm.
crazy stuff. Snuck out of the Vatican to like help people. I was like, dude, this is a cool guy. Um, but yeah, no, if it made sense, I wouldn't even require inspiration for it. If it made sense for that character, like thematically, if you had a character who is worked in the underground, let's say you're an urban bounty hunter, and you're looking for someone in a town, and you're like, hey, I got a connection in this town. And you could ask your DM if, hey, do I have connections in this town? Have I been through this town when I was working as a bounty hunter?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, yes or no, or like roll for it because you might not roll a history. That'd be a great one.
Yeah.
It might even be a really low DC, but if you pass the DC, you could say, hey, this is
Well,
you
I
do
would
know someone in
say
this
like
town. You've been through here.
what I would do is like, hey, roll history. And so you rolled it, right? And obviously you're going to have more than likely you probably hopefully have a couple side quests in this one town. I would have a D20 or more of NPCs. And so as soon as you roll, if you pass that history check, then I'm like, okay, well, roll D20. Because that randomly picks who that person is.
Hmm.
And so it's like, oh, well, yeah, sure. You know Agatha Patch. She runs the cabbage farm or something. I don't know.
The Cabbage Patch Kid. Did you really
I don't
just
know.
come up with the Cabbage Patch Kid?
I was
That's
like,
hilarious.
I was looking at the Sour Patch.
No, you didn't. That's so sad. Okay.
That's how a
I
lot of
hope
my inspiration comes up.
whoever's on here, please clip that, please. I want that clip. I'm not a Twitch master. I'm just on here to talk. I want that clip. I've got to have it. I'm putting it on our Facebook so our
Stealing that NPC
fans
now.
see it. Stealing that NPC.
My name is Agatha
Agatha.
Patch. I run a cabbage
Oh my
farm.
god. Oh my god. Like Avatar, she could have a cabbage cart.
Yes.
My cabbages. It would be awesome.
But yeah, so it says obviously there are limitations to this, but this is a great way to allow players some agency in creating a new ally. I found that this works really well for urban campaign settings, and after players have done it once or twice, they feel more invested and connected. Another version of this role has been discussed on the I Know a Guy. Though this version of the role, there are more risks involved. Now, see, now the thing is, I require my players when they give me a backstory to give me a list of NPCs
Hmm.
because chances are those NPCs are going to be in this world. Chances are you're going to come across them.
Like Nikita.
Like Nikita,
Or
like Sandra for Joran, like Mr. E for Harley. So, Lifa for Noman. There are NPCs in this world that that you guys can interact with, that you guys have history. So if I say, oh, well, you guys see this redheaded woman doing this, blah blah blah, you automatically know. You're like, oh, what does she look like? What is she doing? Oh, well, she's poisoning somebody. Like, oh, that's Nikita. Hey, like, it's Nikita because she's your NPC. If I were to just suddenly say, hey, so you see this man in like a jester's outfit and his hair is pulled up in like several buns, it's red, and he has this weird maniacal smile on his face. Harley's gonna know that I'm talking about Mr. E.
and we're all gonna be sitting there like, who's that?
But that's
Who's
what
the
I'm saying.
weirdo?
I don't need to tell you guys who her NPCs are because now she's invested in this world. She knows that she has a history here, not just a random PC going around the world going, I don't know, do I know this person? I want you to give me as much information as you think is necessary because I can put this into the world and I can flesh it out to the point where you belong in this world, not
That's
you are a part of it.
That's another important thing that we should have had for DM 101, but we can have it for 102 or whatever. Um, we need to have talk kind of in depth about in making your players invest in the world,
Mm-hmm.
because it naturally weeds out murder hobos. Because, I mean, you realize that if they can murder a hobo, the enemy, the big bad evil guy, can also murder a hobo.
Mm-hmm.
So if they make friends and family in a town, or if they have, I tend to do it because I like, the miserable background and someone trying to come from it and make something better of themselves and all that
Everybody,
stuff.
everybody does it.
Everybody does, but I would like a campaign where people have, their adventures. They're kind of like, maybe they're the third or fourth sons, and they're not going to have any inheritance, or they might not be the runner up for. Um,
You're the seventh son of the seventh son of the seventh son.
yeah, yeah. You could be so far offline that it would take literally like a meteor coming from the sky and wiping out like a whole piece of the continent for you to be able to take
All
back your
20
home.
people except for you. You're the
All 20 people
21st.
except for you.
21st, you're the survivor.
You're the one survivor. Now you're in charge of the kingdom somehow. But I think it would be nice to have kind of like, number one, connections in the world, like having your hometown that you come from and the people being alive, and having, being like, oh yeah, I'm from here, blah blah. And if you pass through it again, you're the town guide now. Everybody's like, oh man, I'm so glad to finally be here. Let's go and see such and such at the bakery. Man, they make the greatest rolls. Let's go and see this person at the tavern. Like, have all that fleshed out, and you could do all that. And this is kind of like the beginning of the arc for this character. It'd be kind of cool to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I just like the idea that you're not just some random homeless vagrant who's lost everything that they've ever known or loved. That's literally like every that story is that. It really is. I mean, it's so crazy to think about how often you hear about the person,
I'm an urchin with the haunted one background or
with the haunts.
something.
My whole village was killed. It was horrible. I was 5 years old. I was hidden under the floorboards, and now I'm out for in the world
Revenge.
with a thirst for vengeance. And it's just like, okay,
Rocky.
um,
Rocky
hi,
plays rogues. So, yeah.
hey now, I love this. Hey now, rogues, am I right? Yeah. No, and you know what? I mean, I literally have played. I mean, God, almost all of the classes at this point,
Mm-hmm.
in some shape or form, multi-class or not. I've played all the classes, and most of my backgrounds are always either horrible. Like, Vasili's got like the most positive background, I think, of all the characters. He just didn't like his lot in life. He's basically a Yuanti who's very flamboyant in a place where everyone's very manipulative and mean to each other, and it's a matriarchal society, so men can't move up. And he was like, you know what, screw this. I want to, go out on my own and make something of myself and not be, under some woman's thumb for the rest of my life, kind of thing. And it's kind of like a flip on regular gender roles. And I I like the idea of, having that character do this, but his family's not dead. He could literally go back there if he wanted and be like, you know, hey everybody, how's it going? I ain't seen you in a while. And they'd probably be like, oh god, it's that guy. But but still, like, it's not this it's not this horrible negative thing. And I wish that people would stop doing that. I wish people would stop always making
Cliche
the
characters.
cliche characters. But also, you gotta realize that a large portion of the time it does make more sense. Why would a person choose a life of adventure and risk when they had an easier choice? But also, that makes the character more, kind of, I don't know, kind of more important in a way. I wouldn't say more important, but more dynamic than this was the only choice they had. What if it was the last choice they had and they were like, that looks like fun. This looks like a challenge. I'm willing to risk my life for, and fight the dragons and stuff like that. It's just something I wanted to do. I would love to play a character who's like, Yeah, I could have literally stayed home and been rich and pampered my whole life, but I decided to say screw it. I'm gonna do me, and I'm gonna go out into the world and fight whatever.
Benedict. But no, like a lot of people are doing that now. That is the other common trope. I am the noble person, or I'm a person who comes from wealth. And I said, screw my family. I want to be an adventurer. And then they leave their home and they start adventuring. Like, that's a very, like, other common, trope. And to me, it's boring. Like, you're either the noble who got tired of his family and wanted to become an adventurer, or you have the street urchin who got tired of his lot in life and wanted to become an adventurer. Like, that's it. You have one or the other. I usually play characters, despite the fact that I am an extremely, like, just miserable person in general. I usually play characters who are very lighthearted, and they have pretty good backstories. Like, if you're actually thinking about it, um, I need, or not need, like, I had a character, Granny. She was an old lady who, when she was younger, lived in a little fishing village. And nobody in the town could really, you know, like they weren't adventurers. They were just all farmers and fishermen and all that stuff. And when people left, they they would hire somebody to guide them. And so one day she was like, "Well, I'll do it because my cousin's moving to this next town. So I'll get a sword and I'll go with him." And she learned very basic swordsmanship. She goes to this next town. She helps her cousin get there just fine. Nothing bad happened. And then while she was in the tavern, she saw people talking, and she was in the tavern getting ready to head home, and they were like, "Hey, we need some people to go, do this quest." And she was like, "Well, it's simple. I can get a couple gold here and there, and I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go home." And so she did it, and she got a taste for adventuring. And it started going from like one thing and then maybe going home to, well, maybe I could do another job and maybe I could do another one. And then she met, a small band of adventurers, and they all became a group. And that's where she met her future husband. And everything was great. And then one day, obviously everybody has to have a tragic backstory, but she took on a job that was a little too big for her and her group. And I didn't name what the creature was, but it was something really dark and tragic and pretty much decimated almost everybody there. Her husband lost his leg, and her leg was broken, her arm was broken, and she lost sight in one eye and she was deaf in one ear. And all of this at the age of like 25.
And so her life basically came to a halt.
Yeah, her life stopped, and she was like, "I'm not doing this anymore. Like, this is scary." And so she took the guy and they left. After they both got fixed up, they got married, and she was like, "Hey, you want to settle down and own a tavern? I want to run a chicken farm. So let's do this." They got married, they had kids, they had money because of the job. They were happy. And then, well into her 80s, her husband had passed away. Her children had moved on. Her great grandkids were living, with their parents. She lived alone at this little chicken coop because she sold a tavern, gave her children the money, so they could provide for themselves. And she said, "Cool. Well, I'm old and I have nothing else to do and I have one chicken to my name. I'm going to go adventuring."
Freaking Nugget.
And
I
so
love it.
she left with her chicken named Nugget and became an adventurer again. And that's literally her story. Like, there was nothing that I consider like super tragic. And then Sweets, she lived in this isolated area of JR's world, and nobody treated her mean. She was just, this very fat tabaxi who came from a family of tabaxi chefs.
And everyone actually loves your family. Everyone loves your family
Everybody
because
loved the
they're
family. She was just a very young 16-year-old girl who talked a lot. And they were like, oh, sweet. Hey, maybe you should just go somewhere else. Like, we're a little busy right now. We can't talk. We'll talk later,
I
though.
I love how they attach you to the character who talked the least in the town though. That was freaking hilarious. They're like,
Yes.
go with him.
Well, considering that he was not the hated person in town, but,
Ostracized.
the ostracized person of the town, everybody was like, well, I mean, go hang out with him. He has nobody. And she said, cool, I'll protect him. And they became, a team. And then we took the other person who talked a lot, and the goddess was tired of him and brought him into the team. And then we took the one person who nobody trusted in town, and we put him in the team.
And it was kind of like the group of, I guess,
Misfits.
outcast. Yeah, group of misfits. They're not outcasts because people did not go out of their way to like shun them.
Yeah, we were just
But
the misfits of the town. Like they knew us, they talked to us. We were just, oh wow, look, it's Sweets. Okay, well make sure you don't talk to her too long.
because once she starts, she never stops.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't make characters who are super depressing, like except for Mercy, because that was
Mercy,
purposeful.
depressing.
But
Mercy is extremely depressing.
she is
Her
extremely depressing.
backstory, like, both makes me rage and feel horrible at the same time.
But yeah, like I don't like making depressing characters because everybody has depressing characters,
Hmm.
and it's like, why can't you be that one ray of sunlight in this dark world? Like you're supposed to be the heroes, but everybody who's the hero has this super depressing backstory. My parents
That's,
died, my brother died, my uncle betrayed the family, and it's like, why? Why? What happened? Do you need therapy? Like, you shouldn't go adventuring. You need to go see a doctor.
hmm.
But yeah, so we're going to take like a 10-minute break. And we will be right back. When we come back, we are going to talk about swapping initiative. So
I saw it, I liked it, and I
stay
know you
tuned.
probably don't.
right, and we're back. So thank you, Greek, for the sub. It is much appreciated. And hello to Purge, Cosmic Purge. He said, "Cause my sea purge." It's cosmic.
What?
You said, "Cause my sea purge."
Oh, I read it just as I read it. I'm a literal person. Don't blame me.
All right,
I can see
so
Cosmic first now, though.
yes.
Now that's been said.
So now we are going to jump over to what rule is this? Rule number 9. Allow the players to swap initiative. Ooh, Rocky, thank you for the sub. I love you.
I'm not doing. I'm not gonna do that.
Do it.
But
You love
thank you.
Rocky. You love Rocky. We all love Rocky. Say even
Do
Rocky,
it.
do it.
Do it. Do it. Do
Yeah.
more.
So allow the players to swap initiative roles with one another before combat starts. Sometimes players have an idea that requires teamwork based on a specific order that they would like to act in, and this allows them to always get the order they want. This isn't one I personally use because I use a slightly more restrictive house rule that comes next. Now, I'm going to read the second house rule so we can see how they work together. Rule number 10. On the first turn of combat, allow players to lower their initiative to 1 point lower than that of an ally. So, allowing them to swap initiatives or allowing them to lower their initiative 1 point lower.
You know what? I like that second one more.
I like the first one.
I like the second one because it forces you to make the tactical decision of it would probably be better if this person goes first, but I roll a 25 for initiative. I maxed out my initiative. I
Rocky
don't think.
just gifted you a sub.
Oh, why? Why? Thank you.
Rocky, we love you even more.
We love you even more. Uh, um, no, but for real, like, I like the idea that it makes them make the tactical decision because if you just say, um, you can swap with someone else. That means that the person who got the 25, they can just swap with that person. But if you use the second rule, and let's say someone rolls a 25, someone rolls a 15 or a 10 or something like that, and you just keep going down, that means that they have to go from that 25 to a 14 to let the other person go first. So if you're in a situation where you roll a 25 and the first monster rolls a 19, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
if you swap with the other person, that just lets them go first.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that means that monster gets to go first because you're kind of holding your action.
No,
And
it says before combat starts. So you're not holding anything.
no, but I was saying like if you just that's the oven going
Yeah, sorry
off.
about that. We're cooking dinner.
Yeah. So that would be like I would believe like if you did it the other way, like if you did the second version where you have to go one lower than the next person, I'm of the belief that that would make someone have to hold their action. So in other words, before combat, you all made the decision, and you're like, "Hey, the person who rolled a 25, just hold your action, because you'll stay at the top of the initiative order for the next round, if there is a next round." So they get to have basically that reaction at the beginning of what happened all last turn, and they get to make their reaction, and then they could hold their action based on what the other character is gonna do, so you don't have to lose out on that 25.
Mm-hmm.
I would say you would only really want to do that if, and also I'm guessing the way it works is that the person at the top has to move down. No one can move up.
Yes. You
I
you
like that.
you would move down, and so
You can't
whoever
move
you
up.
went down, somebody would go up.
No,
See,
no, for the first one, that's the way it would work. But
well,
I'm saying like
the thing
the
is the
order doesn't change. You're just literally moving yourself
yes.
below the other person.
Okay,
Yeah.
now the thing is that I like about rule 9 versus rule 10, allowing them to swap initiative roles, because as Sam states in this, the author of this,
Love you though.
that this is particularly based on teamwork and whether you need a certain person to go first. If you're walking into a room and you know that combat is going to happen once you walk into this room, I would allow the person to go, hey, we all rolled and I rolled higher than this person, but it would be smarter if this person went first because we have a plan. And it's like, okay, cool. Because what if the bard rolled low and, the paladin rolled high? But you need the bard to go first so he can cast bardic inspiration on the paladin, and then you need somebody else to cast guidance on the paladin, and so on and so forth. I would rather the paladin go last, or at least, in the order that they need him to go, so they can all boost him and then send him out. Like, you're going to do Bears and Dorns for the druids, and guidance and bardic inspiration. All of that stuff stacked onto a paladin.
Just for them to roll in that one.
Just for them to roll in that one. But, at that point, like, you're literally making the conscious decision of walking into battle and deciding whether or not this person's going to go ahead of us or not. So now I would understand if it's like a surprise round. No, nobody gets to swap places because this is literally a surprise combat.
You guys didn't have a moment to go, okay, this is the order things are going in. You didn't get to make the plan. It just is as it is.
It is as it is. But if you're consciously going into combat, you should be able to. It's like literally like in war. You're not going to just all run into combat. You're going to try and be tactical about it. Well, it would be smarter if this person did this person did that, because they can go around and like come in from behind while we're charging in from the front to distract them, and so on and so forth.
That was why I like the second one more than the first one, because the second one still allows them to keep their initiative order instead of having to slow down for the lowest common denominator. So that's the thing. I want them to, because they had to do it tactically and think about it tactically, I think it makes more sense for them to go, okay, well, this one person who's so much better at initiative and was so much more ready for the combat, we're going to slow them down and say, hey, hold on, wait until after this person does this, and then you go. And then the combat, and then the combat begins. But then it would screw up the initiative order because now that person's always going to be near the end of an initiative. And it's just, it's kind of a give or take. But I really like the second one more, just because it's a choice. Are you willing to go last every round, just so that first round you can make a better tactical decision?
It's not just the first round, though, because if you know that the bard is going to go first, then the bard, if he's not actually in the middle of combat and is in the back like a bard technically should be, then the bard can continue to give you that bardic inspiration. He can continue to boost you from the back, and he's going to be first. So there is a guaranteed bardic inspiration. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not as bad as you're thinking, because yes, the paladin will still be going last, but the people who are needed first are going to be first.
Further ahead.
Exactly. Even if it's one ahead. Even if the bard and the paladin switch places, that was still a conscious decision on their part to swap initiatives, because now the bard will be going first. And you can guarantee, I'm not guarantee, but it would be tactically smarter to have the booster ahead of the fighter. Because if the paladin went first all the time, then it's like, okay, well, I'm last. Maybe I can give him this. Or maybe I'm in the middle, but what if he's in the middle and somebody else needs it?
And God forbid, whatever you need to cast as a touch spell, and that person's got to run to the front.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. I do agree with that. My problem is how it affects the rest of the combat on the outside of it. So, not the player's initiative order, but let's say, like I'm saying, like the best player rolls a 25, the best monster rolls a 23, the second best player now rolls a 19. Your version of it means the 19 switches with the 25. right?
Yes.
So the monster that's a 23 stays in the center of those two initiative
Yes.
turns. My version of it, the reason I like it is because it changes that. It changes that. So now the monster is first in order,
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes bard and this and this. And if it's a surprise round, which normally when you're thinking about combat is normally a surprise round, um, it doesn't so much matter that first turn who goes because they're surprised.
The
You've
second
rolled
one would
initiative.
help more with action economy. The one
I
that
don't
you
know.
prefer. It would, because if all of you made that conscious decision to go 1 point lower than your ally, then
All of you just hit
all
it
of you
one
would
time.
literally do it at one time, and you're all just going to hit. If you have 4 people in one monster, you're all going to hit him, and then he's going to go. And then you're all
And then
going to
he's
hit him, and then you're going to. So again,
but
action
the other
economy
thing
would
is
work better.
that but the other thing is for that is the next person might not be underneath that person. There might be another monster in between them two.
Mm-hmm.
And there might or what if everyone was like, let's all try to go together back to back to back, and they try to make that decision and someone on the group rolls a 7 and every monster has rolled a 9 or greater.
Yeah.
That means the
That you
next
guys are going to be at the very bottom.
at the very bottom if you wanted to do that, and that means that you everyone else has to go after the
Mm-hmm.
lowest person. And most people aren't going to make that decision. They will only make that decision if it makes tactical sense, unless they're just kind of flying it by the seat of their pants kind of thing. And I don't know, it's just one of those things. Like I would like to see them make that decision, like they say, hey, you know what, I was going to go first this round and for the surprise round, but I'm willing to go after the bard so that I can get the boost, so then I can hit, because
Mm-hmm.
the monster's not going anywhere this round anyways. And the hope would be you take them out in one round, but if you don't, now it goes all the way back around. The monster's at the top of the turn order, and so now the monster gets to react.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, what would have happened was the another player with your version, another player would have been able to go before the monster.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, we're not gonna find a balancing point
Oh
on
no, no,
this.
because both of these are meant to be played extremely differently.
Yeah, so we're
There,
you're gonna
there,
be on
there
one
is
end of the
no,
spectrum,
but
I'll
so
be on
there is
the
no
other,
balance here because there literally is two
and
separate ways to do it.
you're trying to simplify it for the DM. That this makes it a lot simpler just to say, okay, just swap, because you're just moving this character goes here, this character goes here, instead of having to mess up your whole order that was already rolled and go, okay, well, this person's going below this person and this person and this person. Everyone makes the decision, keeps making the decision to how low are you going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it makes it simpler. I do agree, and I know that you like to simplify combat as much as possible because it
Yeah,
could
I
take
mean, because
forever.
well, one, it could take forever, but two, especially for newer DMs or people who barely have any kind of, experience DMing, it's easier for them to have to, I guess, calculate things. Uh, okay. Former said, "What did the vampire say to the vampire hunter that missed his heart?" Well, wasn't that a misfortunate? Wasn't that an
An
unfortunate mistake?
unfortunate mistake. That's awesome. Didn't. Yeah, I like that.
All right. So jumping over to rule number 11, during character creation, allow players to apply one of their attribute bonuses to a different stat. Sometimes players box themselves into picking races based on their ability bonuses. I like to allow some flexibility and encourage my players to give me a neat backstory that fleshes out their alternate bonuses. Mm,
Mm,
I'm again a lot
mm,
of these I'm on the fence because the rules are made specifically for a reason. This is
yeah.
kind of leaning more towards Tasha's where you can change
Yes.
things.
That was exactly what I'm thinking of. Or that one of those books you just you sent me recently, which is part of it is being able to make your own character race, kind of,
Yeah.
where you take pieces from other races and put them together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, it would be awesome to play like I don't know, uh, a Yuanti Aarakocra half breed that's like you're a winged snake kind of thing. That'd be kind of cool to play.
Mm-hmm.
But as that is advanced DMing if I've ever heard it, because could you imagine you've got to balance that on the fly at the table as the person's trying to change it,
Mm-hmm. Well,
because
I
they're
mean,
going to be
at
like,
that
and
point,
you
like,
have to have that discussion of, yeah, you're not going to get flight and advantage on all magical saving throws and resistance to poison, and
Yeah.
you can't have everything. Like
You get
they have to
you get
choose.
traits from one or the other. Flying
Flying.
snake, no thank you. That was actually my nickname for a very long
Yeah,
time. So
yeah.
yeah,
It's the only character.
it was a very bad reason, but yes.
Yeah, it was the only character I ever seen literally die in one hit in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Just die.
Yeah.
Like
I
no
played a
saving
wizard.
throws,
It was a
anything.
wizard, okay? It was a wizard, and she's really squishy, so.
Well, that was a lie. You did get a saving throw. You got a saving throw for the poison,
I
and you failed.
failed.
Yeah, she was already unconscious from just the bite damage, and then the poison just straight up killed her.
Well, no, because I was climbing the wall. That's what happened. I was climbing the wall, and I got bit, and it knocked me down. So I was already at 0. So then I hit the ground, and I took damage. So that was 2 auto fails, and then I had to take the poison, and that was another fail, and yeah, so I died.
Yeah, yeah. It just
It sucked.
flying snakes are the worst.
It sucked.
I love the fact that those exist in real life, though. I did not know that there were flying snakes, but apparently there actually are flying snakes. They flatten themselves out so they can glide tree to tree.
dot dot dot.
I know I'm probably giving you nightmares. I'm not sure if they're poisonous or not, so or venomous or not. So maybe there's one positive there.
Maybe. But yeah, so as for like character creation and allowing them to take attributes to different things, again, I don't allow that from Tasha's. That's the one thing I always tell people. You're not allowed to use that. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. If you are adamant on having that, then you can find another table. Sorry, because I just don't allow that. There's just way too much that goes into this. And I know that they're talking about like attribute bonuses to different stats, so it's like, but it's like the whole kobold who wanted to be a dragon, and kobolds don't have strength, but you're
Yep.
suddenly going to take your 17 that you rolled and put it in your kobold strength, and you need to have a really cool backstory. There's no logical backstory unless your character was enhanced by magic. There's no logical backstory as to why your character suddenly has a 17 strength when he does not, as a race, have strength.
What if your kobold came across, you know, a Planet Fitness in the middle of the dungeon,
No,
and now they never skip arm, leg, or back day. They're just constantly doing all of it all the time. They could have a 20 strength.
no.
I want to see a 20 strength kobold. I'm now officially. That's another thing I want to play. I want to play
Everybody wants to play the extremely beefy kobold. Everybody wants to play that. It's
that or a gnome or something like a super small class, and they're like
Everybody
you're
plays
like,
the gnome or halfling barbarian.
yes, just
Fey run
tiny range.
fitness.
Fey run fitness. I like it.
But yeah, like I said, if that's something that you want to do in your campaigns, by all means go ahead and do it. Nobody is stopping you, but you're really going to have to sit back and think about like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen if you are allowing, the Aarakocra and the kobold to mix together and create something. This is what's going to happen if you do the Yuan Ti and a dwarf and mix them together. Because what, like the stones and dorns, I was it that? I don't remember if it was stones and dorns for them or not. But whatever it is, they have like specific things that each one's going to get.
Kobold, the kobold. I love
Swobold,
that.
kobold.
Mind flayers can only do one thing properly. Changed my mind. I'm loving these. I love that. That's so funny.
Yay! My brick dice are on the way. I was number 1 in the dice queue, and I just got the email. They are shipping today.
Calm down. Calm down.
No,
It'll be okay.
I'm excited. But yeah, so again, like I feel like if you would allow that, you're going to have to, before you even allow this, like do the session, like character building session, that you would need to work on, I guess, like what you would allow, but you would have to go through all the races and pick out specifically like, okay, well, if you're going to multi race into something, then you would do this and this. You would get this from this and this from this, and that's it. I got my dice from Healing Pixel Games on Etsy. I got the Scorch dice. So they're beautiful. I love them, and I cannot wait for them to get here. I actually got another brick dice right here. It's not really going to show up on the camera.
I want to take those dice and see if they're balanced because there's something wrong.
There has to be something wrong. I think it's like I don't know. To me, it feels like they're off. Like this side where all the resin, like this cloud of resin is here, it feels a little bit heavier. But then again, it could just be like me thinking that.
Mentally.
Yeah, it could just be me mentally thinking that.
Because she rolls those things and almost always rolls well.
Well, mind you, my other dice that are balanced, I still roll really well.
Yeah. I'm the opposite.
So
I'm cursed.
I just rolled and I got a 15.
Yeah.
So
And normally I get new dice and my first roll will be single digits and it's normally around 1 or 2.
oh,
Yeah,
not even a
just
lie.
cursed.
That's actually true for him. You're gonna cry about brick all over again. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I get like super depressed. Like I just
First
randomly thinking about it. I feel the curse. That's why I use my metal or aluminum dice. It doesn't matter what dice, even on like even digital dice.
digital dice.
He
Digital dice
has
rollers.
super crap luck.
You'll see me all the time if I'm in a game and like I keep back to back to back getting like really bad rolls. I will log out, clear browser history, everything, and then log all the way back in, and then come back and do ones and twos again. Like it's I just there's a reason. The reason I min max like a lot of my games is because if I don't, my character will never hit anything or do anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's how bad my rolls are. That's why I think I'm gonna just play rogues. Like sometimes, just if we're gonna play high level campaign, I'm just gonna play a rogue, just because I can't roll below a 10 as long as I make sure to be specced out in whatever it is.
Former said, "How do you what? Oh, well, pretty much. What do you call a party with more than one cleric? A multi-prayer party."
Multiplayer party. That's pretty good. Pretty good. You should have said
Um,
it with the. Well, no, you probably shouldn't. People get upset.
yeah, probably get upset. But no. So as I said, like I'm kind of iffy on that. I don't allow the race to swap. Um, just because or not race, but like the attributes and stuff to swap. There's no point. Sorry, I got distracted by that gif you sent me. It was really
Which
the one with the
I,
baby trying to eat the
I
burrito.
have this. I have the fan blowing at me, and the smell of the pizza cooking in the oven is coming from the direction. So I just. Ah, oh
Oh,
God,
just
this makes me so
imagine I'm
hungry.
literally right here and I can
Yeah,
smell
she's
it.
right next to it. We have a convection oven now, so it just makes it so much worse because the air escapes and it just.
It's
Ooh.
beautiful. But yeah, like I said, I am very iffy on allowing, you know, the swapping of attributes just because, as I said, some people are going to use this again to their advantage. You're going to have those min-maxers, the players who are just trying to break a game. And I don't understand what the purpose of breaking a game is, because once you break it, you can't play it.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
You know
oh,
what?
well, the DM is inadequate as a DM. And it's like, no, it's that you're a dick. Like
That's like the
you
Gestalt campaign.
well, the Gestalt campaign, that was on you.
Yeah,
Because I
because I didn't
told
think.
you, I told you that having two level 20 characters as two level 20 classes is going to be broken. You're going to have a difficult time setting up the encounters.
Well,
And you,
y'all had only made it to like level 7 or 8 at that point, and
what was I'm saying?
the
Because
proficiency bonus.
Talon,
Yeah, Talon. That was the problem. Talon had
Talon,
expertise.
he's a min maxer. He knows how to build
Yeah,
characters to break games. Not that
he
that was
literally messaged me.
intention.
But yeah, he messaged me afterwards and was like after we he's like I was like we did it and I was like, what's your passive? And he was like, 22. And I was like, there's literally nothing. Like what am I supposed to do with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like my monsters would have to roll like an 18 or 19 minimum every time to sneak past him.
Mm-hmm.
There's
No, but
nothing
that's
he'll
what I was
ever
saying. Like
miss.
at that point, there, I don't know. I'm just very, I don't allow that because people will use that to break it.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
But the player admitted that he knew it was broken, and he was like, do you want me to take, um, do you want me to move my expertise or my proficiency to something else? And I was like, it's too late. Your character's already known for that. Thank you for asking, but it's kind of a thing with his character.
Mm-hmm.
So it just was what it was, and I just had to. Now that's the thing that a lot of min maxers get upset about is that then the DM has to adjust the encounters for that player.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're upset because they're like, the other
We're
players will
having
usually,
encounters with creatures that our other characters can't fight except for this one guy.
yeah, it'll blow the other characters out of the water,
Mm-hmm.
and this other character can just walk through it like it's a passing breeze. But you're trying to balance between the OP and the role play,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to meet it somewhere in the middle is almost always impossible
Oh yeah,
because
definitely.
either one person's going to be bored or one person's going to be scared witless because the entire time they're just, what do I do if I get hit one time? My character dies.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so rule number 12. Hold on. Greek said balance between God or mortal never ends well. This is true.
You gotta just choose one and just let everyone be pissed at that player.
Yep. Rule number 12. Fumbles in combat leave you open so that your enemy can immediately use their reaction to make an attack against you. Now, that kind of takes me to Pathfinder. If you're casting a spell within melee range of another creature, they have the right as an opportunity attack to attack your character. And that will stop your spell.
It makes, and that kind of
It
makes sense
makes
to me
sense.
because you're gonna be sitting there doing this. Like it's different. I would argue it's the spell. Like if someone's literally like they don't like if it's a verbal spell, like literally go, you cast fuck off, and that person has to fuck off. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say no. That's a quick action. Literally, he used a word. But if you have to do like the somatic compose,
You
where
gotta
you're
do
having to like
somatic, you gotta have material
sigil in the air
components
and
and
all this other
oh
crap,
yeah, no, you would definitely
no,
incur an attack against you. But now, mind you, that will also take that person's reaction, so they cannot take an opportunity attack against another creature. So, I mean, it does kind of balance out in one way because, if another person runs past them, they can't just suddenly go, oh, well, I'm going to attack this person because you can't. You literally just used it to stop this person from doing their spell. Um,
um,
what were we about to say?
Greek said, unless you scuff rolls for who it's being rolled against, but that ruins the fun.
Oh, yeah, no,
Are, are,
I do not fudge rolls.
that makes me, that what else that makes me think of? That makes me think of the one campaign that we were playing for Pathfinder, like our first kind of intro into Pathfinder,
Yeah.
and the DM was like, "Oh, well, I just made separate hit polls for different characters.
Mm-hmm.
So if your character hits really hard, they have their own hit pool that they have to hit against to I don't know. That's just weird to me. Like, no. I mean, yeah, it sucks as a DM. It's just going to make it challenging for you. But saying that, oh, well, this monster has a certain hit point pool or this monster has a certain AC you have to hit just for this one specific character, it's kind of cruddy. What was this? There's a feat for that, I think. I think Mage Slayer. Yeah, you get to use your reaction. Um, I don't know if it stops. I know there's one where it doesn't stop the spell being cast. Oh no, that might be Warcaster. I'm trying to remember what it is. I know there's one where it does stop the spell being cast, or it can stop it, force a concentration check, and then there's one that doesn't force a concentration check. You just get to attack.
Warcaster says you have practice casting spells in the midst of combat. You have advantage on con saving throws that make you maintain your concentration. You can perform the somatic components of spells even when you have weapons or a shield in one or both hands. When a hostile creature's movement provokes an opportunity attack from you, you can use your reaction to cast a spell at the creature rather than making an opportunity attack. This spell must be with a casting time of one action and must target only that creature. That
Okay,
is
yeah,
Warcaster.
yeah, okay. Mage Slayer was the one that they said, and I think that is
Yeah, I'm
right.
about to say, I'm pretty sure it's Mage Slayer.
But I think there might be a class
Mage
ability or
Slayer
something.
is when a creature within 5 feet of you casts a spell, you can use your reaction to take a melee weapon attack against them. When you damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, the creature has disadvantage on the saving throw. You have advantage on
Yep.
saving throws against spells cast by creatures within 5 feet of you.
Yeah, so that's the one that for sure causes the con check, but there is an ability for one of the classes. I'm pretty darn sure it's not a feat, but there's an ability for one of the classes where if uh someone casts a spell next to you, you can basically use your reaction and just hit them. They don't have to move past you or anything like that. You just cause damage to them. And I'm trying for the life of me to remember what class or subclass, like archetype, it might be. But oh, I was trying to figure out what she said. But yeah, I have to remember it. It's gonna drive me insane not to remember this. It might be one of the fighter. No, I don't think it's one of the fighters either. But I know it's like one of the classes they've specialized in basically taking care of mages. And anytime a mage tries to like cast a spell near them, they can use their opportunity attack just to hit the mage. And it's just to do damage. It doesn't force them to make a concentration check or anything like that, or force the spell to fail. It just makes them take damage. Makes more work for the DM. Hmm. What Greek you were talking about? Something's weird and makes more work for the DM. Was it the thing that she said? The fumbles in combat, maybe? I know for a fact that I like the idea that a fumble in combat can allow someone to. Oh, that was for the separate health pulls. Yeah, that that DM. I think he in Pathfinder specifically. If any of you guys get to play, I actually really enjoy it just because of the variation you can have. There's so much possibility in Pathfinder for any character you could think of. You can literally make. You can basically make the same class or like subclass for one type of class in a completely different class just by the way you take feats and stuff. Like it's nuts. But people have a tendency, especially min maxers, to make these characters that are just the DM can't do anything against them. Like literally, uh, there's a way apparently you can spec out what is the name of that spell? Magic missile. I don't know why I always forget the name of the thing, but magic missile. And the person specced out into magic missile so far to the point of because magic missile can't miss, it just hits. So far to the point of in one turn they were able to use basically a bunch of their player knowledge and a bunch of the books in Pathfinder to build something that could deal over 1,000 damage in a single turn. Like the dragon pops up and they deleted the dragon, and then that was like their mic drop moment, and they walk out of the session. They're done. And it's because they had made a mage that specialized in that, and everyone was like, "That's a completely pointless thing to spec into." And he wasn't min maxing to begin with, and in the end, he was like, "Fine, if you think it's so weak, here you go." That was actually kind of a joke for uh, did you know that Eldritch Blast? Actually, I was actually going to bring up Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast, is a meme for warlocks because everyone's always like, do the thing, warlock, and it's obviously Eldritch Blast. It's the thing that the class is basically built around, and it's built around it for good reason because you can use that one spell to deal enormous amounts of damage and to control uh, other players. So like, you can get an ability to add your charisma to every damage roll. Well, at max level, especially if you use Tasha's Cauldron of Everything's, there's an item in it, the Illusionist Bracers. You can cast Eldritch Blast, and then as a bonus action, cast Eldritch Blast. So now you have a basically a machine gun that every round is doing, as long as it hits, is going to be doing a minimum of 40 damage plus 1 on each of those dice. So it's 48 damage minimum every single round. And you can kind of make that broken, but one of the greatest things about Eldritch Blast is that you could actually take it and put the repelling a blast ability. And so now this one spell, you can literally push someone 80 feet away from you. You add Lance of Lethargy on top of that. Now this person loses 10 feet of their normal movement. So, I mean, even a monk would have trouble getting to you. They would have to use a key point to run to you, or you'd have to have someone be hasted. Doesn't appeal. Nothing broken like taking 8 goddamn Eldritch Blast to the face. Yeah, I know, you're still salty about it. But hey, and you guys were saying I min-maxed that character. That was me bored making a meme character. Forever salty. Hey, it was hilarious the fact that you were having to climb up the cliff and then you get all the way to the end, and I'm like, oh, hi, I haven't seen you the whole fight. Brap. um, doesn't understand the appeal of such massive damage numbers. It's fun for someone who's a power gamer, and I used to lean more towards power gaming, but it gets monotonous and boring, so I've shifted a lot more towards trying to do role play, especially in campaigns. But when I play a battle royale, I'm one of 2 players. I'm playing either tactically or I'm playing for the memes. And my last character was 100% for the memes because I just was like, Warlock, do the thing. I literally named my character One Trick Pony. Let's see here. I'm looking at you, Mr. Co-host, forever salty. I like building a warlock around the summon lesser demon spell. That's cool. How was called that item again? It is the Illusionist Bracers from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. What it does is it allows you, if you cast a cantrip as an action, as a bonus action, you can cast that exact same cantrip. So basically, it's like being able to quicken spell, but only if the spell that you've done and only for cantrips. So it would be very useful for a warlock or for a sorcerer because it's a good way to save on your sorcery points because quicken spell is something that can burn sorcery points very quickly. I should get a damn tattoo of a salt container with your name on it. A dick. A dick. Just a tattoo of Umbrella Girl. Oh, the words. That'd be funny as heck. Yeah, you probably should. Yeah, honestly, at the beginning of the fight, I was thinking like maybe you would figure out a way to fly, or someone would grant you the ability to fly or something. I was thinking somebody would do something, or Swanee's not known for stepping in, but I was thinking maybe she might step in to help. And as the fight kept going on, I realized that she wasn't. I just kind of like gave up, and I was like, she's here. I mean, she's not gonna be able to fly up and fight any of us. I might as well put her out of her misery. So I did. I just wasted 4.5 hours. You really did. I should have killed you at the very beginning of the fight, but I felt like that was too metagamey, and I felt it would have been too cruel to start off. But the more it drug on, it really felt like it was more cruel to let you struggle. I wish you had put me out of my misery like 1 fucking hour in. I know. With the amount of damage I put out, I could have literally put you down in like what 2-3 turns. God, that would have made your night so much simpler. You could have just been like, "All right, I'm getting off. This has been some bullshit. Bye." Um, let's see here. What was the next thing? I don't really want to leave things, but she already kind of said what she felt about the fumbles. I really feel like the um, fumbles in combat. I really do believe that there should be shameless plug kind of thing, actions and consequence, because that's our D&D group name on Facebook.
Yeah, it
I
is.
can't, and I actually 100% agree with the idea that you should do that. Like, if someone rolls a nat 1 and let's say they go for a lunge and they overextend in an actual knife fight. God, okay. People obviously don't. People that aren't, military or do combatives or things like that, they're not going to know about this kind of stuff probably. But if you overextend in a fight, you throw yourself off balance. People can very easily take advantage of that split second in a fight. Because when you're off balance, you're slower. It's harder to pull yourself out of the way of a blow. It's harder to withdraw. So if someone went to go slash you or stab at you and swung wide, yeah, I'm gonna take advantage of that. Especially if if you're the rogue or something. That's something a lot of people don't know. If you read the way sneak attack works on rogues, they do not only get sneak attack once a round. They get sneak attack once um, once per turn. So they can use sneak attack on their turn,
As long as they
and
are
then
sneaking and hidden.
as long as they're sneaking hidden, or they're flanking someone or in the middle of combat, or if they the archetypes give you, there's different ways to get sneak attack. But someone, let's say someone fumbles and your DM allows this, where they roll that one and they overextend, you could get an opportunity to go for a kidney strike or something as the rogue, and you dig your knife in, and now you're doing your sneak attack damage on top of that. That could be like a pivotal change in the middle of the fight, and I really agree with that. And there's also other things that people do for this, where the what is that called? There are crits, and there's the crits and fails decks, or people have tables that they'll come up with that they roll on, where your weapon could shatter if it's mundane, or it flies out of your hand, or you hit an ally that's next to you, or you do a crit success, and what if you kill this one person, and because it was a 20, you say, okay, well, if you kill this person with this, you get to make an extra attack this round, like as if you're cleaving through this person and onto the next. So yes, it is once a turn, but remember, you only have one reaction.
Oh, no.
Unless,
You do not need to tell Rocky this. Rocky is the rogue professional.
yeah,
Rocky
rogue professional.
lives and breathes rogue. Rocky
So
is a rogue.
okay, Rocky is the rogue. Rocky is the weapon. The weapon. Y'all wouldn't know that reference, but that's something hilarious that happened in one of the campaigns that we played in.
But yeah, if you guys join our, yes, Yathay is the creep rogue. If you guys join our Discord, Rocky is on there, and I'm pretty sure if you have any questions about rogues and none of us can answer, Rocky 9 times out of 10 will probably be able to answer because she knows everything about rogues.
She's sitting here like, so yeah, for the new campaign, I was thinking about playing a rogue. You're
Yeah.
like, can you play something else? Yeah, I'll play a level 1 bard, level 9 rogue. That would be
Rocky
pretty
said,
funny.
sometimes I forget what level I am and just assume I have all the rogue features at all times. Like, I'll have that. Wait, I'm level 5.
Oh my god, yes. Yes, I 100% feel that. Like, there's times I think I have evasion because I like to play monk, and I'll be like, "Oh, I've got evasion. Yeah, I saved on that dexterity. I don't take any damage." And then right after that, I'm like, "Damn it, no! I'm only level 6. Oh, I'm so close." And then you gotta take half the damage, and monks only have a D8, so it hurts.
Alright, so going to rule 13. If a character misses a
That's
check,
funny.
if a character misses a check by 3 or less, offer them the chance to succeed, but with a penalty or have a negative consequence associated with their success. Sometimes a failure at a skill can be a setback for the player or the DM. In instances, close calls. I like to offer players a tough choice or have some extra consequences come as a result of the check. For example, athletics. You successfully swing on the chandelier but suffer a level of exhaustion. Investigation. You manage to search the desk and find a hidden compartment, but you knock the vase to the ground, alerting the enemies in the next room. Deception. They will go along with your lie, but only for a bribe or in favor in return. That
Yeah,
I
I like
actually
that.
do. I actually do implement this a lot. Like this is actually something that I do just because of the fact like sometimes story wise I need you guys to find things and you
Hmm.
guys are probably rolling really really bad. So I'm like, hey, I'll let you have it, but as you're doing this, this is what's gonna happen. Or the guard agrees to go along with this, but X, Y, and Z.
I mean, with like the athletics thing, instead of suffering a level of exhaustion, what if you pulled a muscle and now all your next athletics and acrobatics checks are at disadvantage now?
Well, everything because if you pulled a muscle and you're fighting,
Yeah, and now your attacks are at disadvantage. I mean,
exactly, it'll be a
literally,
disadvantage for like the next 24 hours or until you take a long rest or something.
yeah. Or until you have, you know, you go and visit a
Cure
masseuse or
wounds.
something. I don't know. Cure wounds. See, that is
Cure
one thing
wounds is a
on
cop out.
cure wounds is a cop out. I 100% believe that. Um, I feel for real like there are times
You just
where,
gutted me. You can't cure wounds me. I'm not fine. You literally
yeah,
stabbed my kidney out of my body. I'm not okay. You can't just
that's
put your
that.
hands on me and be like, it's okay. Sana sana colita de rana.
Yeah, that's not how it works. And I really I like there is a here we go with another isekai series. It's the one that you told me how a
Wow, we should
realist
just jump to the next rule.
no, how a realist hero rebuilt a kingdom. So there's a part in there where they're talking about how magical healing can't heal diseases and poisons and stuff like that, and it can't heal deep wounds. Like they'll heal the surface, and people like are don't understand why these people still die and stuff like that. Well, it's because they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the inside, like the internals of the body. So yeah, you can heal the cut on someone's arm, but what's to say that the gash wasn't so deep that it inflicted a fracture, or uh it's so deep that it disturbed the muscle and now that person like loses. Yeah, that's another thing that they have in Pathfinder. You can lose ability score points.
Hmm.
You could literally lose you can have your strength hit 0. You can't even move. You're basically dead.
Well,
And
this reminds me of like Wednesday. One of the players, the characters, is infected with something, and they, you guys have tried to do like medicine checks on them, cure wounds, healing potions, and nothing has worked.
you did not just your mom that.
Yes, I did your mom that. But yeah, so it's literally, like I said, this character is, he has a disease. And not even a disease, but there's something wrong with him. And you guys can't just
Magic.
cure wounds it because cure wounds doesn't work like that.
Why is there a medicine check? Why is there a medicine check if magic
If no,
fixes everything?
exactly, like it's because this is for things that you're not proficient in. You're not proficient. Cure wounds is literally a band-aid. It is a beefy band-aid, but it's a band-aid.
I've always thought of cure wounds as like, oh, you're kind of like making time pass, either like in reverse or speeding up the healing process of the body, the natural healing
Like
process.
Greek says, I could see cure wounds being like stitches.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And actually the magic in that one that I was talking about is very much like that. It is like stitches because you have to understand how the body works for the magic to work like that. So if somebody was like, if someone decided that, hey, I want to focus on healing, and they're a cleric and they have cure wounds, and they're like, I'm also going to take medicine, and then I'm going to take skill proficiency to be an expert in medicine. That person right there, I would be like, okay, your cure wounds specifically I would allow to heal some sort of grievous wound, because you're probably like, oh, this is the way the body works. This muscle isn't supposed to be bound up like this. It's supposed to be straight. And so you could think, you could like situate the muscle so that the fibers are together, and then cast healing and
Mm-hmm.
then heal it so it works naturally. But if someone literally got their like if you get your arm like half cut off and someone's just like, magically I push the arm back together and cast cure wounds and now your arm's fine. BS. I'm calling BS right now. It's not happening.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's why they have the spell regeneration because cure wounds
Yeah.
doesn't work like that.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Cure wounds cannot fix limbs that have been removed. Regeneration, you can literally take the like if you lost a finger, you can take that finger and stick it up to the other piece, cast regeneration, and it will actually stitch itself back together,
but
or
it's like
it'll
a higher
regrow it.
level of magic. It's a higher level of
Oh
magic.
yes, yes,
It's a higher level of magic that's like you now have an understanding of not only the magic itself, but what's going on to fix the problem.
yeah.
Like it shows a level of intelligence in like medicine that you actually can do something with. So that also
Um,
makes me mad for why is there not a wizard class that heals? Like I understand that would
oh, trust
take
me,
away some of
I'm super super salty. It's not even wizard class that heal, but
be a
why
surgeon.
don't they have a lot of healing magic?
Yeah.
Like or like literally, I've played abjuration wizards and evocation wizards. I don't have cure wounds. Like I don't.
Yeah.
What? Why as a magic caster do I not have the ability to cast cure wounds, but a bard does?
Yeah, but a bard does. Like I could see
I could see
if
paladins
they
and
split it
clerics.
if they split it off and they said only the divine can
Exactly.
heal.
Only
I
people
could see
who
that.
have patrons or deities
But
associated with
there
them.
there are bards. Bards just get it right off the rip. Sorcerers, you could argue that their magic is divine because it's the divine soul sorcerer. But why? Yeah, I'm with you. Why do these classes get it? Like, why do these classes get it? And these
I think
others
a
don't?
wizard would probably want to learn cure wounds, especially because it's a
Druids.
level 1 spell. Because, you know, as many times as they're going to be experimenting with magic, they're probably going to get hurt. I mean, it would make sense that you have cure wounds in your arsenal of spells so you can fix yourself because you might get blown up a couple times. I'm just saying.
I love what Greek said here, where it's you push the arm back together and cast cure wounds like it's back together, but you're not using it because the muscles aren't reconnected or the nerves. That
Exactly.
100 you don't know the body mechanics. You don't understand why the body does this thing. So how are you able to fix it? And I'm 100% with that. I would be like, yeah, your arm's attached and that's great and all, and the skin's healed over, so you're not gonna have to worry about infection, but we're gonna have to wrap the arm up and it's gonna be hanging off you, and you're now a one-armed man
Mm-hmm.
until we get to some place where they can cast regenerate, or you can go up to a higher level cleric who's like specked out in doing nothing but medicine. All he does is heal, and you get to the church and this guy's like, oh yeah, you cast cure wounds, but you forgot this and this, and then they cast cure wounds, and then they literally like realign all the important parts of your body.
Jamie
Like,
Lannister. It would literally be like if somebody who's not Melisandre cast cure wounds on Jamie Lannister after he got his hand cut off.
yeah, yeah, you're it ain't happening. I have a question. Is the pizza ready? I'm I'm just hoping it didn't get crispy. I think
All
my
right.
daughters will order around.
But yeah, so rule number 14. DM rolls player death saves behind the screen. This is something that I have done ever since I had an NPC ally drop to 0 HP during a fight and rolled their death save behind the screen. I noticed that my players were far more concerned for that NPC's safety than they ever were when they were on the other side and bleeding. I
Okay,
don't want to roll for my players, and I will
yeah, you
not.
don't. You don't, because what's going to happen is they're going to be like, there's going to be one of two things. People are going to think you're giving them plot armor if they succeed, or they're going to feel like you were out to kill their character. Even if you're normally friendly every other time, they're still going to be like, man, I probably succeeded. You let that be on them. Oh, another important thing on death saves that a lot of people forget: the paladin's ability that adds to all saving throws. Their what is it, divine aura or whatever it's called. That actually affects death saving throws. A lot of people didn't know that, but it does. I think that's from Jeremy Crawford. I think so. I'll have to look it up. Um, So no one knows. So that way, the question is, should they heal the person that's down, or should I attack? Um, I think I don't know. That kind of that's a little bit better. I like the idea that the person's wondering, should I help bring this person back or should I attack? But that goes back to the metagaming player. The metagaming player shouldn't know if that person saved or failed their saves and all that. I kind of agree with you. I think that's kind of nicer to have the person roll the death save behind the screen, or have the person roll the death save and not call it out, and only him and the DM know. Because yeah, it puts that stress on the other players to go, crap, I don't know if they're saving or not. I've got to help this person or they're going to die. Um, but I mean, there's also the benefit of sitting at the table and watching your friends roll these saves, and if you're someone like me who actually cares about their characters and are like, man, I really hope nothing bad happens to this person, and they roll that nat one, and they just did two death saves. That literally is going to just turn your whole world upside down and be like, oh no, I've got to get to this person and save them. I mean, yeah, in a way that is almost like plot armor. I think maybe you're right on that. Maybe it should be rolled in secret. I really don't think the DM should roll it. That might actually be a good way, a good balance. Like the player can't tell them because they are down. Yes, I 100% believe that once, and I'm one of the bad people about doing it. But like, hey, you should do this. That's why a large portion of the time you'll see me flip my mic up, or if I'm at the table, I'll try to not pay attention, because I know that if I am paying attention, I'm going to be the person to go, you should probably do this. If you don't do this, I'm going to die. Or if you don't do this, if multiple people are down, such and such is going to die. If your character isn't there in that moment, you probably shouldn't be giving advice, is what I always say. If your character is not, wouldn't be able to physically give advice, if it was you, like if you were dead, would you be able to talk to your friends and say, hey, you need to get over here, I failed my death saves? Yeah, it's not happening. Or if you're on the other side of an encounter, let's say you have a player who snuck into the tower and the other players on the outside kind of keeping watch. The player that's on the inside dealing with a hostile NPC shouldn't be getting advice from the players on the outside. That player on the outside shouldn't know that the guards are coming, from the players, or the player on the inside should know from the players on the outside, oh, the guards are coming. You're not able to tell them unless you have, the message spell or something like that. DM should roll, put the screen so the DM knows and the player knows, but no one else knows. I have a bad game face. Everyone would know that what I rolled. I'm 100% with you. Swanee and I are always talking about this. So I have DID, which means I have more than one personality. And so me, as I am now, 100%, I can't play poker. I can't do anything that involves subterfuge or lying because I get giggly. Like I can't lie, which sucks, because God forbid you're trying to throw a secret party or something for your wife. It just doesn't work. Um, on the other end of it, the other one of me is very good at doing that. Um, so I don't know. Like maybe I should borrow on some powers or switch out or something when that happens. That would be probably smartest. But really, no. I feel you. They would probably know. They would probably know. I would roll that one and be like, ooh, oh god, and I would try not to make a face, but you're gonna make one, especially if you're not someone who just uh, normally lies or is good at it. You're gonna make a face. Um, Third fail, DM just goes, you hear a ragged breath in the back as the turn ends. God, that would be so dark. You hear the death rattle. Oh my god. Um, yeah, you could say that. What I love is like players will be sitting there and they're dying, they're on their last legs, and I love the way they explain it. The player like, make your death save, and uh, they'll be like they'll roll and they won't say that they failed or succeeded. They'll just say you see blood gurgling out of my mouth, and it's like, oh god, how bad was that roll? Was that a one? Um, I think I gotta go. I gotta go get a drink, but it's whatever. Um, is that a cat? Yes, that is my moonshine baby. She never leaves me alone. Um, she's not feeling well. We don't know what's wrong with her. She got uh, she's been like throwing up or something. We're thinking she changed her eating schedule because if cats do that, they can get sick. And she changed her eating schedule, and now she's just been throwing up. But yeah, she's my pretty baby. Oh yes, I know. I love you. Swanee's cat is Molly. Um, she is a trash baby. We call her, not in a mean way. We mean it in a loving way. She's literally a rescue from basically her mom abandoned her outside in our where our trash cans and stuff are because she had a herniated stomach. So she obviously wasn't going to survive in the wild, so we had to go take her to the vet and get her fixed and all that. But she is this fat Russian blue looking cat, and Swanee is her mom, and she goes out of her way to always be around her mom. Like,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't want anybody else. That's actually who Sweets is based on.
Yes.
Her fat tabaxi is based on our fat gray cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love her. She
Uh,
is my baby. Um,
she did.
but yeah, you can go get your drink.
Nope.
But
I'll
yeah,
let you move on
so
to the next
for
one.
me, uh, death
I liked
saves
Greek's
behind the
idea.
screen. Having the
Greek.
death saves behind the screen. I am.
I forgot to do
Mm,
the tell you to put up the rad thing.
yeah. I'm a little iffy about that. Just because, as I said, I don't like having to worry about the fate of a character falling on me. I don't feel like it should be my responsibility to guarantee your success or your failure. Because if I were to roll something, then it's going to be, if I roll bad, then the player's going to go, "Dang, you rolled bad. This my character dying has to be your fault." I don't know why it should be my fault. Like you literally saw me roll, but because of the fact that people can't see the roll itself, they're going to question. They're going to question the truth behind it. They're going to question whether you're lying because you may have done or they may have done something to you prior, and then now their character is dying, and they're going to feel like it was a personal attack. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of iffy on whether I should roll for another person or not. I just don't agree unless the character is like mind controlled or something. If the character is mind controlled, then I will roll for them because they just don't have the ability to do anything for themselves. Sorry about that. JR just told me to look at something that Greek said. Have the player roll behind the screen so no one knows. So that way it makes them question: should I heal the person that's down or should I attack? That is actually a really good idea. That's it's a good idea because it will make your players think. In a real life situation, if your friend was down, you don't know if they're just down or if they're dying. So, are you going to save yourself, save somebody else, or save that person? You never know. So you really need to kind of, yes, it does add the immersion into the game, which is something that we haven't talked about it here yet, but it is actually on our podcast where we talk about immersion in games. And I'm 100% for immersion, and I know, like, especially how Jr. said he loves or he uses D&D as escapism, and because he uses it as escapism, I feel like putting them in these kinds of situations will really add to the immersion, will really add to the escapism itself. Now he needs to think not as JR, but as the character. Um, I mean, I don't know, like it adds stress to the situation, but again, I don't like being responsible for another person's roles because I feel like that kind of takes away the player's agency. Like, I mean, your success and your failure is based on you. I as God as DM should not have a say in whether you live or die. I mean, mind you, I can suddenly say, "Nah, you're cool," or "Hey, you pissed me off, you're dead." But again, it's just one of those like, would I want to put myself in that situation as a DM? Would a DM in general want to put themselves in a situation where they now have the player's fate in their hands, literally in their hands with the roll of a dice? Because if they had two death saves, they took an attack, they got automatic two failures, and I have to roll and I get a one. I mean, at that point, yeah, like it's kind of shitty luck. So I would rather let the player kill themselves. I'm perfectly fine with that. The next rule that we have here, rule number 15. Characters gain a level of exhaustion at the end of combat if they failed a death save during that combat. I agree with that. I haven't done anything like this. Again, as I said, I have yet to look at these rules myself. So this is new to me. But yes, I actually do think that at the end of combat, if you were in the middle of a death save and you failed it, yeah, I really do feel like you should incur some sort of deficit to basically dying. And exactly just like you said, a fail should take a toll on the body. Like you failed, that is your failure. You went down instead of healing yourself. I mean, sometimes you might not be able to heal yourself, but still, your character went down and now you're back up. You were literally on the brink of death. Coming back to life is a toll. And if you actually look at the resurrection and true resurrection spells, resurrection allows you to bring somebody back from the dead, but at a toll onto the caster themselves. True resurrection does not, because you have gained that ability to surpass, I guess, the exhaustion level itself. But with resurrection, you are actually incurring a toll on your body. You will gain a level of exhaustion until you take a long rest. And I feel like that should work with death saves as well, because why should you be fine and suddenly get up and, be jumping around in circles and perfectly fine when you literally were knocking on death's door? Warwolf, what is your opinion on that?
Here comes the tears.
I would say I don't know if I'm breaking up or not, but I would say that I agree with it too. I really think that if you go down, you almost die in combat. God, here she's squealing. And you almost die in combat. I really do believe that it makes sense that this would happen to you. I mean, literally, you were on the verge of death. You would think that would strip something from either you physically, mentally, or at a spiritual level. It would take something from you. Because near death experiences and like that, that they tend to do that. So, but yeah, I would talk more. If you, maybe retracted.
So, rule number 16. Give characters an additional tool proficiency or language for each point of intelligence bonus that they have. I don't see an issue with that. Um, Mind you, if this character is actively trying to, you know, learn something, like downtime. A lot of DMs, a lot of campaigns don't cover downtime during campaigns. And I feel like that's actually an extremely important time, um, because you're learning things. You have experienced things, and now you're taking the time to focus on it, to learn, to grow. Um, Disuent said for, I'm going to guess that was rule number 15 with the level of exhaustion, a hit die loss as an alternative. Now, would that be a permanent hit die loss, or would it be a temporary one? Would it be hit die loss until a long rest, until a short rest? See, you would have to try and balance out, you know, balance it out. Just like, okay, well, am I going to give them a hit die loss, but they'll get that hit die back when they take a long rest, or is it going to be a permanent hit die loss? I mean, especially like if you're in a gritty campaign, I would have it as a permanent hit die loss, especially if you're higher level. Greek says like 2 short rests or a long rest because you are recuperating your blood from yeah yeah, you're recuperating the blood that your body lost. Yes, I do agree with that. See, it's good, like, actually, being able to talk to you guys about this, because this is stuff that I would have never considered, honestly. It's not that I'm stuck in my ways. It's just having to come up with different benefits and deficits for the players that I feel would be uh that wouldn't feel wrong, I guess. It wouldn't feel like I'm doing too much to please them or to hurt them. That I would probably do the level of exhaustion. Um Hit die could use a bit more attention than they get in practice. That is true. But that's because a lot of, again, DMs just want to skip over the menial things, like having a short rest, having a long rest. You have a long rest and that's it. You have your long rest, you go on. Um,
Actually, on that, and
mhm.
I know it's probably picking up the baby's music and stuff, but actually on that, really important is that people tend to think that a short rest is 4 hours because it's half of what a long rest is, and that's actually really not true. It's 1 to 4 hours. So you could literally have a short rest that only takes an hour. And apparently, the idea when they designed the game was that you're supposed to take multiple short rests between your long rests, and DMs don't do that. Like, DMs don't do that, and players don't ask for it. And if they did, it would be beneficial to be able to take more short rests. And if you lost a bunch of hit die, God, that would hurt. Because I mean, now at most, you're going into battle with only 3/4 or half of your health compared to what you normally would.
And Greek says, or they say that they get up, immediately try to swing a sword, and then they pass out. That that is something like, I if you guys have combat in the middle of like a long or short rest, depending on how long, like on how early it's been during your shift, you might not be getting that long rest. I mean, there's literally no way, I think logically, because like my players ask, okay, I mean, we had combat, do we get the long rest even though we just had combat? Depending on, again, how long each person has been taking a rest and how long combat has gone, would depend on whether, I say yes or no. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Combat, the combat rules piss me off. I understand that combat is supposed to be 6 seconds per person, but logically, to me, that doesn't make sense.
It's 6 seconds per round, so each person gets 6 seconds in that turn.
But that's what I'm saying. To me, it doesn't make sense.
Well, everyone's taking their turn simultaneously is the idea.
But you're all gonna swing at the one creature at the same exact time. Sorry, I'm looking because he's over there. You're gonna all swing at the same exact time at a creature. If this creature is large, I can understand that. But if it's a wolf and it's medium size, all of you are gonna swing at it and somebody's gonna cast fireball on it at the exact same time.
Well, at that point it does get ridiculous. There's got to be some balance, but that's also why you're not supposed to be able to attack things if they're not within your square. So, in the sense of the most people that can attack one medium creature at a time is what? How many sides are on that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 total. 8 creatures can attack that one creature, which in a way does make sense. Because if you surround one person on each side in every corner, 8 people could rush you and stab you. Like I'm thinking Julius Caesar, like et tu brute. But like literally, like everybody could run up and stab you in that 6 second span, and not everyone attacks simultaneously within that 6 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It could be one person jumping in, stabbing you, then the person that's flanking attacks, and then the person that's flanking, again attacks, and just go around the circle. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off.
And Greek said, because after donating blood, getting up so fast made him lightheaded. It does. I passed out giving out blood. Bleeding out would be way more blood leaving the body. And then we were talking about surrounding a creature and fighting. Maybe 2 or 3 if they are surrounding, I can understand. Or 4. See, that I understand, but to me, it's like 6 seconds. I still feel like it's so short. 6 seconds of combat where everybody is swinging. And they say everybody gets a turn, but this is all done in 6 seconds, which means that everybody is swinging at the same time in 6 seconds. That means everybody has one, depending on how many people, if you have a party of 6 people, everybody has 1 second to react.
They have 1 second. So I'm trying to figure out how you're doing the math for this. It's literally everyone has 6 seconds of simultaneous time within that one round. It's not every person's only getting 1 second.
Well, that's what I said. Every person has 6 seconds, and then you said no, it's 6 seconds a round.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds a round. It's 6 seconds a round of combat,
Mm-hmm.
and every time a person's turn pops up, it's 6 seconds. It's their 6 seconds within that 6 seconds. It's like if you
Then
were
what they
watching
should do
multiple.
logically is say that everybody in totality has a certain amount of seconds. That's not 6 seconds because each person's going to have 6 seconds to respond to something. Because
All
6
right.
seconds, I shouldn't be able to run up to something and then go, oh, let me flip through my book and cast this spell.
Well, that was because originally in Pathfinder you couldn't do that. If you were a wizard and you had to look through your spell book, you couldn't move more than 5 feet because you can't read and walk at the same time. Though I've definitely done that plenty in my life.
Greek said maybe break the initiative down into blocks. And Disuan said all of the conversations being had in the same 6 seconds. Exactly. How are we going to have all of these conversations in 6 seconds? We're going to be shouting over each other, which you're not going to hear anything. I mean, just imagine if me and Disuance and Greek and Warwolf and Rocky and Paper Killy, if we were all literally shouting at each other, oh, hey, blah, 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 we're not going to hear each other. We're not going to understand what to do. We're going to hear maybe 2 or 3 things, if that, and you're really going to try and focus on the one person that you probably know, like, hey, this person probably has a... Exactly. You're going to hear fireball. And as soon as you hear fireball, what's everybody going to do? They're going to run. But aside from that, no, you're in 6 seconds, you cannot have full-blown conversations. You cannot have a pretty much anything said over 3 to 4 words. Like message is pointless at like literally pointless because it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna cast message and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to do this
I'm gonna cast message and I'm gonna send this person 25 word message,
in 6 seconds.
and they have to read it, and then they also have to read it in 6 seconds. Do they receive it on the next turn? Do
That's
they
what I'm
receive it on the
saying.
same turn?
Combat doesn't make sense. That's
Yeah,
what I'm trying to get at.
that's where you're going to have to suspend a bit of realism for the um convenience of
Oh,
the gameplay,
for the pace of it.
because otherwise if you do what you're trying to say to do, it wouldn't the combat wouldn't work. And it does make sense. I agree with your argument, because a lot of these big fights that last 5 or 6 rounds but have a crud ton of like monsters and players,
Mm-hmm.
how is it that these 10 different actors in this scene were able to get all this done in less than a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Like 30 seconds and the combat's over. And yes, combat is quick, especially in the modern sense, but back then combat wasn't really always quick. It
Mm-hmm.
was dirty and gritty. I mean, with Magic it might be
Pocket
different, but
sand.
yeah, pocket sand. No, I'm saying like with like if you're fighting with swords and daggers and stuff, people don't die the moment you stick them with a blade.
They don't.
That's not how
Not
that's
that I
not
would
how
know.
things work. Yeah, not that you would know, but but yeah, no, people don't just instantly die. Like, it takes a minute for them to actually give up the ghost. And that's another thing. Why is it the players are making death saving throws and the monsters aren't? Like, there's sometimes like there's larger level
Mm-hmm.
monsters and stuff, but that aren't minions, and they don't get to make death saving throws, and there might be multiple of those at the same time. Why don't they have the chance of rolling a 20 and popping up at 1 HP in the middle of
Well,
combat and scaring the
because they're
crud
the
out of a
bad
caster?
guys, and the bad guys are supposed to lose.
Yeah, I know, and I always say that the DM is literally supposed to be a professional loser. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of a it's kind of like par for the course.
We're
You're
the
there
kids who
literally.
played Luigi, not Mario.
Yeah, because you're supposed to lose. You're not supposed to win, because if you win, the story ends.
Mm-hmm.
Or if the story doesn't end, the story has to change drastically. You have to come back as someone completely different.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, or you might just come back as someone's brother, Rocky.
Rocky. Oh.
You literally did the meme. You did the meme of
Rocky was just like, hey now.
hey now. No, seriously, you did the meme. She told me about this, and I was like, oh my god, like Rocky did the meme. That is literally the meme of you killed my father. I am back. I am.
See, but the thing is, Rocky didn't come back as a warlock or anything. Rocky came back as a war cleric.
Yes. Okay. That did change things up a little bit. That was actually pretty cool that they came back as a different class. But it would have been funny if they're like, I am also a fighter, or I'm also a
I'm
warlock.
also a warlock who has this patron that my brother had.
Strange. It's a family tradition.
Listen, I created Benedict's whole backstory. How long is Benedict's backstory? I need to know. I really
Uh,
need to know. And didn't get to use any of it. Look, okay, Brick had no backstory, and I had to make a backstory, and then I died like 2 sessions later.
that's funny. Yeah, I think she's done eating. She's not taking any more food. Um, give players an extra attack bonus for good. Oh, that's the next one.
But yeah, so I was saying rule 16. Give players additional tool proficiencies and language for each point of intelligence bonus that they have. So,
This is a carryover from Pathfinder. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is an older generation of the game being ported in.
well, because the thing is, and I will admit,
It
I
makes sense.
really do like Pathfinder. Pathfinder has a lot more realistic rules. The way I see it, and a lot of people say, D&D 5e is like tabletop games for dummies. It's literally D&D for dummies. Not that it's bad. It is good because it gives people the ability to learn how to play the game without being bogged down by so many rules. Pathfinder, when JR and I jumped into Pathfinder, we were overwhelmed because there's so much to learn. It's very similar. If you have not played it, it's very similar to D&D. But it's, if you haven't played like D&D 3, D&D 3.5, it's kind of in that realm. There's a lot of number crunching. It is,
D&D 5 is Pathfinder or 3.5 light.
yes. It is a much lighter version of it, which again, it's really good if you haven't played tabletop games in a while and you're trying to get back into it, or if you're new to tabletop games in general. I would fully recommend playing D&D 5e. But Pathfinder is, in my opinion, superior. I love Pathfinder. I am looking at, running my own Pathfinder campaigns just just because of, again, a lot how realistic it is in comparison. Like, a lot of the issues that I have with D&D 5e, Pathfinder pretty much fixes it.
And it's because D&D 5e was purposely simplified. It was
Exactly.
purposely simplified,
It was
especially the
purposely
combat.
simplified, which is not an issue. Again, as I said, it's not an issue. But if you already have experience and you're trying to get into something a little bit more intense, I would 100% recommend going to Pathfinder. I feel like there are a lot of DMs who like Pathfinder but aren't willing to teach Pathfinder. I will be teaching Pathfinder. I will be doing that because I 100% love it. It's so good. Like, oh my god, I love it so much.
Oh my god, we might end up having to split Table Talk into Pathfinder
Well,
on
Table
one day.
Talk is literally just
5e Fridays.
talking about just Table Talk games in general, which is why we do bring up, if you hear any like sound, that's my baby. But yeah, Table Talk is obviously made to talk about tabletop games, not just D&D, but because that's what we play primarily, obviously that's
our focus.
It's our focus. But like this game here,
what, Dread?
Yes. If you guys haven't played this one yet, please pick this up. This game is amazing. All you need is a Jenga tower. That's it. Your actions will be determined by the Jenga tower. That's it. You don't need dice. You don't need paper. You just make your character and you play Jenga. And if your tower falls, your character fails in their task. Like, that's pretty much it. It's amazing. Like, and now, mind you, I will tell you the stories in here. If you are sensitive, then discretion. Because the stuff in here is really dark. Hi. Sorry, my baby's smiling. You're going to see a little DM in training. Say hi. Can you not put your feet on my pizza? Thank you. But yeah, so I fully recommend, if you guys are into playing anything other than D&D, jump into Pathfinder. It is so much fun. We had one game, we're no longer in the game, but it was, honestly, it surpassed. And I'm not good with numbers. I really hate doing math, but I really, really do like the way that Pathfinder does their game, does math in general. Let's see. Rule number 17. Give players an extra attack bonus for good description. No. I'm not giving you that. Plain and simple. This rule is good if you don't play with inspiration. Otherwise, I recommend awarding inspiration for particularly good descriptions. My rule of thumb when employing that is that any good description gives an extra +1 to hit or a +1 on spell save DC. If a character expends a resource or utilizes the environment or another item they have, give a +2. Be careful with employing this rule too often, as it can lead to rewarding only the extroverts of your group or create longer combat encounters as players describe the arc of every swing. I don't do that. And it's not just because, we have introverts and extroverts in the game. Beardamus Rex, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. Thank you for raiding. We are currently talking about D&D homebrew rules. So if you are into D&D, please like and follow. Well, please follow this channel. We do play 2 campaigns. We have a Discord where we talk D&D. Nick, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I don't believe in giving people bonuses just for description, because a lot of people who are playing D&D come from role-playing backgrounds, are authors. They're very descriptive just in general. And I mean, just imagine if you do have an author in your group. That person's going to tell you this whole story about how he grabbed the sword by the hilt and the way that his hand flexed around it and his muscles bulging and all of it. I don't need that. So it's like, I'm going to give you a +1 because you told me that you flexed on this flump. Like, no, sorry. No.
Flex on a flump needs to be a
Flex on a flump. But yeah, so my thing is, depending on how you manage to take out this creature, then I might consider giving you bye. Some baby just said bye to me. I would possibly consider giving inspiration, but I don't really give out inspiration like candy. Just because I don't agree. Like, I want my players to feel like they earned inspiration. And as it says here, be careful with employing the rule. Because I don't want my players to go like, okay, cool, well, I'm going to describe this and I'm going to suddenly get all of this stuff. Like, great. That's awesome that you guys, are doing this. But I don't want them to sit here and go, well, every time I describe something amazingly, I'm going to get inspiration, or I'm going to get a +1 or a +2 or whatever. Being innovative will earn you bonuses. Inspiration, but I will not allow extra attack bonuses or anything like that. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem right to give somebody something that another player might not be able to get.
Plus, it's going to start a arms race if you think about it, because if you only do it for like the cool descriptions, everyone's going to want to up the last person.
Yeah.
That's literally what an arms race is. They're just going to keep trying more and more to do the greater thing, or go beyond, or kill in the best way. And it's just like, that wasn't really the point of the game, guys.
Oh yeah, nobody's really going to care about the story anymore. It's just going to be about how awesomely you could describe this kill. And, worst case scenario, you're a DM who doesn't do a lot of combat. Then what? Let's see. Rule number 18. Characters who can turn a hit into critical. Oh, what? Characters can turn a hit into a critical by suffering 2 exhaustion levels. This I might actually allow. That actually does seem like a really good rule. Because you are going to incur a huge deficit for a very, very good game. You are expending all of your energy into this swing. You are expending all of your mental, like everything, just everything under the sun. You are drained because you thought about the best way to kill this creature.
And it could kind of be like along the lines of, especially with the way the better crit rolls, the ones where it's like you take double maximum damage. What if you're down to the last hit point and you're like your barbarian's about to go down? You know next round won't exist for you. It's now or never. And so you take that. And then after the fight, obviously you're exhausted, but I mean the benefit was you survived the fight. Or it could show how pointless it was to even get in the fight if you expend everything you have and it still didn't matter.
Greek says, well, actually, Rocky said I could see that as being the oh shit move. It would be, because you got to think, players aren't going to go out of their way to expend energy like that. They're not going to want to get those 2 levels of exhaustion. And I mean, if you don't have, like, if you're not high enough level and somebody doesn't have greater restoration, you're SOL. Especially if you're in an area where you're not going to be able to get like a very good long rest. Yeah,
Because
you are SOL at that point. You will probably die
it takes you only lose one level of exhaustion
per
per
long
long.
rest.
So in other words, 2 levels means that you have to go through 2 long rests to be back to normal.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I can see that. I can see that being something that I would allow, because you're volunteering to suffer exhaustion. Um, let's see. Rule number 19. If a player describes something difficult but cool they want their character to do and it advances the story, don't roll, just have them succeed. There are a few things that let the wind out of the group's sails as much as characters describing a creative solution only to roll a crit failure. Often, when these situations happen, I would find myself let down as a DM too. I decided to stop letting that happen. If the scene and the moment are right, just let them succeed. If you're not comfortable with automatic success, give the players advantage on the roll. I give them advantage. I do not let them auto succeed. I don't want my players to feel like,
But they were just gonna get it
yeah,
instead of earn
that
it.
they're going to get it. I don't agree with that. Let the chips fall where they may.
Even if the chips suck.
Exactly. If you roll terribly, I'm sorry. Then I guess you're just going to fail. There's literally nothing I can do about that. Because in real life, that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to get that promotion because, I told my manager that his tie looked nice. You know, I'm going to get that promotion because I worked for it. Greek said they might be able to describe, but that doesn't mean that they match it with the performance. Exactly. So describing something amazingly well could mean one thing. Having shit rolls could mean something else. That's literally, I mean, goes hand in hand. Like I don't know. I just don't agree with the rules where they say like, "Hey, give your players this. Do this for your players." Why? Why do I have to give my players anything? They chose to be in a campaign where they knew that they were going to have to roll for everything. If your roll goes well, how it is described, if they don't want, like, if you roll well, it goes how it is described. If you don't, then something went boom. Exactly. You're There's so many people, the bomb experts and stuff like that. They're trained to defuse bombs, and just because they're trained in it doesn't mean that they're not going to mess up. I mean, one wrong snip and boom, that's it. If you guys ever
What's
seen
to
Grey's Anatomy, like, that's what happened to the guy.
what's to say the guy hasn't read the manual? You got what you deserve there. Um, what's to say that they haven't read the manual and they know that you know how a certain bomb works, and maybe they go, oh, okay, I can use this against them, and maybe that's what the crit fail is that you got outsmarted by the enemy, not you just fumbled.
Yep, I fully agree with that.
Oh,
And then the
actually,
final, what? Oh,
Actually, on that, and I'm going to show up on your mic because we're so close. Um, actually, on that, I find like not every crit failure is, oh, you swung wide or you're a dunce and you threw your sword across the cavern. Sometimes, sometimes the crit fails can be uh, that they lifted their sword in time, or even just a basic attack could be they deflected it with their own sword. Why not say that the enemy is competent just so much as the player is? So yeah, but that's my 2 cents, and I'm gonna have to get off for now because the baby is being
But yeah, so
incorrigible.
the final one is if the bard uses vicious mockery and their insults make me laugh out loud, the target gets no saving throw. AKA, the bard earned it. That can be abused. That can be abused because you might have a friend who is a natural comedian, like JR. And if he were to play a bard, hello, Star. If if a natural comedian were to play a bard, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. All of the witty remarks, the insults, like just imagine an actual comedian using vicious mockery. I can't process that because it would be so good. And then that means that they would always pass because I'm constantly laughing. Maybe give them, I don't know, like I might let the occasional one like auto fail, but not every single one. Just because, again, as I said, it's you have some people who are just naturally funny, some people who really, really, really can just snap at the snap of a finger, at a blink of an eye, just come out with the best kind of remark ever. I am not that person. I can't tell a joke to save my life. I am situational funny, but purposeful, not. Greek says maybe it depends on the enemy. Yeah, and that would also all depend on the enemy. Like like if it were something against a goblin, yeah, I can see that. But if you're trying to go against like a Demogorgon or a Balrog or something, no, that's just it's just not going to work out like that. Lower CR auto fails along as long as they understand the language. Most creatures understand common. Most sentient creatures understand common. So, especially if you're starting at such a low level, or if your campaign is surrounds uh, low level creatures or low CR creatures, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot there because now you're just gonna have that bard who can cast vicious mockery and crack a joke suddenly auto succeed on everything. And it really could ruin your campaign. But what if you have a shut-in elf who only knows Elvish? I mean, you could have a shut-in elf who only knows Elvish. Um,
Is that what planet he went to?
huh?
Everyone always says that Elvis was a an alien, so maybe that's the planet he went to. He just skipped out on this realm and went to Faerun.
Let's see. Vicious mockery is you unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature you can see within range. If the target can hear you, though it need not understand you, it must make a wisdom saving throw or take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll. So, unless you plan on modifying the rule of the spell itself, they technically don't need to understand you. So, regardless, it would still kind of screw them over. Um, Star says, I've seen a DM have to take a 15-minute break since they couldn't stop laughing against a vicious mockery, one in which the bard failed the roll.
I've had to mute myself because I can't stop cackling, and then she'll start making comments about, I can hear you from the room.
There is a clip on my other channel, DM Disaster, where in our Wednesday campaign, one of the one of the players had walked up to an orc and talked to them, and he couldn't find his, well, the orc was a female. She had finished giving him some information, or she had given her some information, and so the player, was like, all right, well, go home, we need you to go home and let them know that the job is done. And the orc had no clue where home was. And it was,
Me no way home.
Joran said, how find home? And the orc said, me thought you knew. And laughter erupted. And as I said, I'm situational funny, but I cannot tell a joke to save my life. And that was one of those moments. The whole group was laughing. JR, he had to mute his mic, and you can hear him still in the audio cackling because his laughter was so loud that it traveled from the bedroom all the way to where I'm sitting at. I really do need to find that clip because that thing was awesome. But yeah, you could find it on that channel. I'm pretty sure I had to mute too. Oh yeah, no, everybody was dying. Like it was one of the funniest things that have happened in that campaign. I just gotta make that as a clip, just as a sound bite. That's it, just a sound bite. But yeah, that one was absolutely beautiful. I loved it. But yeah, like the whole, letting the bard use vicious mockery and getting an auto succeed, again, situational. But I wouldn't just give it to them just because of the fact that they are going to quite possibly almost always succeed, especially if they're funny, like Warwolf or Joran
Or Cthulhu Hoop.
or Cthulhu Hoop. But yeah, so that is all 20. We have finally gone through them. You guys are like against the BBEG. Don't see if they would care about the insults, much unless they failed. Exactly. But yeah, so we've gone through all 20 of them. If you guys would like to talk more about stuff like this, we do have a Discord where we talk D&D. We have other DMs who are actually posting games that they're looking for players for. We have players searching for other groups to join, and so on and so forth. We do have our Facebook. It's called D&D Actions and Consequences. So if you guys are interested in that, go over there. We are a very small group right now, but obviously we are looking to grow, so the more people the better. But I'm going to plug in our Discord and our Facebook. So make sure you guys join, and if you haven't already, and we really do appreciate it if you guys can just give us a follow, because that will definitely help us out here on Twitch in the long run. But yeah, until then, we'll catch you in the next one. Bye.
Bye.